Yep, thank you. I'm going to call the March 14th, 2024 Town Council meeting to order. If everyone would please stand to pledge the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Stone is excused tonight. Also, I just have one announcement, and there's no public comment. If you've gone by Payne School down 94, you will notice new signs saying 30 miles an hour, slow it down. Thank you, Chief Lindell. So there are new signs. Keep that in mind when you're going down that road. Chief Lindell had also tried to get a red light, stop light, whatever the correct terminology is, at 101 and 94 Mount Hygeia. The state did not see a need for that at this time. Not yet. We'll wait.
We'll be getting big signage over there. They're going, what's that, East and West? My computer.
So,
I'm gonna stay on that side of the road.
Did you see that? I thought that was great.
Thank you, Madam President.
Well, I thank you, because I know that's been tried and parents have been concerned about it. We have our consent agenda. We do have to pull the December 14th from our consent agenda because Mr. Paolino and Ms. Rogers cannot vote on it. And Mr. Stone is not here, so we do not have enough council members to vote on that. So that being said, consent agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
With the exclusion of,
With the exclusion of the minutes from December 14th, 2023.
Second.
discussion.
Under discussion, Denise, I'm not exactly sure how. I was talking to the solicitor. I'd like a reconsideration of February 22nd in regard to the licenses. So when I was speaking to Julia, she said I had to discuss it under here and ask if that be placed on a future agenda.
It would be a future agenda item for reconsideration of the specific ordinances that Councilwoman Rogers would like to reconsider.
So do we have to approve with the exception of?
No,
Would
because the minutes are, as far as you guys have reviewed them, are accurate representations of what happened during that meeting. It's merely a reconsideration of the item.
What item is that? And I'll put it into.
It's February 22nd minutes.
Not the minutes as a whole, it's the
The-
specific, she
what
needs
is
the
it?
specific
Licenses.
ordinances.
The licenses.
Fees. Licenses and fees.
Okay. That being said, any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. I would entertain at this time, we have quite a few people here for the farmer's market. I would entertain at this time moving that item. It is under, do I have it under new or old? It's under new business, number 1, farmer's market, which includes Situate Farmers Market. Jen Huff, is she here? Hi, how are you? And discussion about location, etc.
I'll make a motion to move item 1 under new business, farmers market, A, Situate Farmers Market, and B, location to this point in the meeting.
Second.
Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? I'll ask Jen to come up first. Just to give a little bit of background, last year when we had, if you could just come up front, thanks, Jen. When last year we had our first farmer's market and I think it was successful. We had a lot of people were interested, very happy. I went down to Situate's Farmers Market to see how they run it. I spoke with Jen. She reached out.
I'm sorry. You're right.
So we're just getting used to our microphones.
Sorry.
So Situate, I went down and spoke with Jen. I reached out to her for this meeting to come and talk to us about what they've done to make it successful. I know that, the people that were in the farmer's market last year met with Mr. Kinsley. This year, they've come up with some bylaws, et cetera. Last year was our kind of experimental year. And we weren't sure, we needed to vote on it again to see whether we wanted to continue with it. Some of the problems that have arisen is that the police station's going where the farmer's market was held. We're hoping for construction to begin, so we can't have it at that location. So, 1 minute, Grant. So we're looking at other locations that might be helpful. So that being said, Grant, what's your concern?
Would there be construction on Sunday mornings?
It'll be a construction site, so there'll be, trenches. Yes, thank you.
The interlocal trust that insures the town will say no. It will be a flat out no. If there's construction on that piece of property, they will say no. They do not want to even breathe the air of that liability.
Okay,
Jen, when you talk, you need to push the button down, hold it for the mic.
thank you. So, I'm going to turn it over to Jen so she can and you have in your packet, in your sugar sink, you should have some information that Jen had sent us in regards to, what Situate has. So.
And Jen is.
Jen, she's going to introduce herself, but yeah.
Okay, am I on? All right, so hi, my name is Jennifer Huff and I'm with the Situate Rotary Club. And I have Wendy Nolan with me here tonight too, who is one of our farmers, if you have questions as well. So I'll just give you a really quick summary of how we ended up with the farmers market. And then I had suggested if there was any questions, you could forward them and I would answer any questions about starting a market. There's barriers and there's pluses and minuses, but the farmers market in Situate has been around it'll be 25 years next year. So it doesn't just happen overnight. It was a big, long process. And it's been run by many different groups over the years. So during COVID, right before COVID, they came and invited, the library was doing the farmers market. And they came to ask the Rotary Club, they were tired. It takes a lot of work. And they asked us to take over. So our club formed a committee and it is run by a farmers market committee with the approval of the town and a lot of support from our town. We do have it on town property, so it does have to go in front of, every year, we go in front of the town council to get approval. And the town, because they have to provide some of that insurance and things to make sure there's a lot of liability with a farmer's market. But you'll see in our rules that we also carry insurance from Rotary, and we require that every vendor carry their own insurance as well. So that was one of the big things that we had as a barrier. For new people coming in that have never set up at a farmer's market. So we've been doing it since COVID and we have every week about 20, our average is 26 vendors on the TAR, but we do a special event once a month. The best thing I like about it is the whole town is included. So the library comes once a month. Well, I mean, once a season. The Lions Club comes. There's all kinds of involvement. It's a big community event. And it's the place where everybody goes on a Saturday morning with the live music. We have the farmers. I'm not sure what you were talking about when you said information I sent, but I think I shared with you our old rules from last year. Is that what I sent?
Yes, you have the Situate Rotary Farmers Market rules
And regulations.
regulations.
Yes, and so it was nice to hear that you're going to have bylaws because we also have bylaws that are very outdated, but we really follow the rules for many reasons. I mean, for safety, for insurance purposes, for licensure. You can't just have somebody come and bring vegetables from their garden and make a pie that they made at home and bring it in at sell. You know, we need all of the regulations from the health department and things like that. But I could brag about our farmers market all day. But I'm just really here to answer any questions that you have or concerns, and please let me know.
Thank you, Jen. I'll open up to the council. Do you have any?
Yeah, I do have a question. I thought, if I'm not mistaken, last year that we were gonna have the rec department was gonna take over the farmer's market. That's not happening, the recreation department.
I think it would make sense for it to happen, but I don't think anything official has happened yet.
Okay.
Yeah, I've talked to
Tammy.
Tammy, you have to turn yours off because I'm on. Tammy, and they don't have a lot of people that have been helping out with the committee. Volunteers is a big thing, as we know. So I'm not sure they really wanna take it over. Because of that, so, that was something, so
So are we looking, I'm sorry, Denise, are we looking at Alan is gonna take over
we
again?
haven't decided that.
Okay, is there anybody else that stepped up?
I don't know, tonight was just kind of,
Oh.
let's see where we wanna go, we did get, we did get an email from Grant stating that they wanted to, Mr. Kinsley, who was the farmer's market manager last year, said that they would like to start running it from June 2nd to October 27th and looking at it at $6.94, but we've talked about that. They would also like to set up during Old Home Days at the fairgrounds, which you would have to go through Old Home Day Committee. That would not come through us. So that was something that they had discussed. As we said, we discussed the fact that we can't have it at last year's location. So I've spoke with Mr. Haynes in regards to possible locations. Payne School was one of them. I spoke with Ms. Pezzer in regards to that. They had some stipulations. Also discussed was Shady Acres. That would not be able to be a town sanctioned because it would be on private property.
So
So
the fairgrounds an option?
the fairgrounds we talked about too, and we talked about that, but some of the feelings were that the current or last year's farmer's market got a lot of foot traffic because of Route 6.
Perfect.
People wouldn't come all the way down.
That's a good point.
So we were trying to find a place that was close to Route 6. And so Payne School, Shady's, those were things that
Yeah, it's a much better idea.
My one question about now it's ours. Just that.
Apologize. I like to make an entrance or, last year we were going to do this as to get it going and handle it by the town. What prohibits the South Forster Fire Station from taking it over and running it at Payne School?
I also asked South Forster and they don't have the appetite for doing it right now.
Okay, that answers that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Does
Thank you.
anybody have any more questions for Ms. Huff?
I would just like to add that it takes a lot of work. We're going to hear the proposal, but whatever you decide, you should decide it very quickly. I have already established my vendors for the upcoming season. They go quickly, especially if you're going to be getting food trucks or bands and entertainment. So you want to make whatever decision, you want to be quick.
Yes.
It's getting
Thank you.
close.
I noticed in Killingly, they're starting March 16th, Saturday. Their farmer's market is opening up. So, thank you. Mr. Haynes, can you state your name, address? No.
Matthew, crying out loud.
All right. Matthew Haynes, 41 Johnson Road. So I'm here, not just as a citizen of Foster, but also the owner of West Meadowbrook Farm, representing also my friends, Nico, Lucia, and Molly from Pea Shoots Farm, Our farm manager, Saro, is here as well, and Megan Johnston from Round Hill Ranch wasn't able to be here this evening. Alan, hopefully is going to make it at some point, but don't know if that's going to happen either. But we have been meeting relatively regularly over the last few weeks to discuss where it is that we feel the farmers market should go. And we have a couple of proposals that we'd like to have the board the council entertain. So first, we feel as though it would be best for the market to incorporate as a nonprofit or to operate under another nonprofit. When it was that we were at 6 and 94, the possibility of South Foster was discussed, but I've spoken with Gordy Brayton and he said that we couldn't do it on the other half, even without putting in parking lots and driveways and things like that. So 6 and 94 is really out, at least for now. But I have spoken with Desi Wolf, co-owner of Shady's. She has approved our operation on the Shady's property for this year, both on Sunday morning and on Thursday evening. So we really feel like this could be great to help build the market. Maybe it's not going to be there forever. That's something that, you know, I can't speak in absolutes, but for this upcoming season, being our first full season and being that Sunday morning is their busiest time, we feel like it could be a really great synergy between the two entities, even though it is, you know, a private entity working with potentially a nonprofit. We feel as though the nonprofit is the way to go because it will allow us to access some grant money, hopefully to pay our market manager down the road, or maybe a number of people. Burrville Farmers Market is their own nonprofit. Situate is run kind of as an umbrella, but still within a nonprofit. And so we feel as though there's access to opportunities that we wouldn't necessarily have beneath the rec committee or the town council. We already had to give back a grant, apparently, for which we'd been approved when they found out that we weren't like within a nonprofit. Right. So we feel as though there are opportunities that incorporation as a nonprofit or under the umbrella of one will help us to have. And like I said, Shady's, we feel is a really great opportunity, not just for how busy they are, but hopefully we'd like to, at least the producers, vegetables, meats, and that sort of thing are looking to do Thursday evenings as well, hoping to take advantage of the commuter traffic down Route 6, which will hopefully help Shady's on a less busy day and time Thursday evening. So we really feel like it could be a great opportunity for both places. Desi's down with it, so we'd like to offer that to the council. And, you know, if you have any questions for any of us, feel free.
Mm. Yeah, yeah.
Not the possessed mic.
You took a bad situation and actually brought forward a really good alternative plan. Because it was nasty not having a Route 6 was and 94 was a perfect spot.
It really was.
This is just as good. And it helped Shady.
Right.
I like that. That's really good. Good work.
Thank you.
So you want to divorce us and go your own way. That's what I'm getting from this. Right?
We just want to make
That's what
it
it is.
easier for all of, well, you don't have to worry about it anymore.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Divorce is kind of a strong term.
We're reconciled. We're
Right.
good. I'm
Amicably
thrilled.
divorced.
I'm thrilled because it's great. We just wanted a farmer's market. That's why we try to move forward with that. I think it's great. We don't have to vote on anything.
Okay.
You can just, good luck, congratulations,
Fantastic.
and we'll be there Thursdays and Sundays.
Great.
So-
Well, if you don't mind us interrupting the meeting, if you want to grab that box, somebody. We didn't want to offer anything, well, before votes were taken or anything. So, well, we thought what better way to promote a new farmer's market on Pie Day than with
Oh.
pie made from our produce. So I made my very first pie ever, a sweet potato pie with our our own sweet potatoes. Sorrow made this.
At the,
Sunday morning.
yes,
Wow.
she is, she's Matt's,
We just happen to have plates here.
yes,
We have plates, utensils, napkins as well, if need.
she is Matt's, manager, farm manager. She does a great job.
It is a lemon curd tart pie.
Oh, you knew it was my favorite.
Exactly 180 degrees,
Ah,
360 degrees.
thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
You
If
guys-
we get the plates back to Matt, he can get them back to you.
Imagine
Oh,
what you,
there's more.
imagine what you would have got if you did that first.
Well, you know,
We would have given you money.
like I said, you don't want to be accused of bribery or anything. Some decisions have been made. Please help yourself.
Thank you
Everybody,
so
it's
much.
not just for the council, it's for everybody.
Yes, Mrs. Rao. You may ask, Matt, Mrs. Rao wants to ask a question.
Whoever owns it was very generous,
With what?
generous.
They were very generous.
Yeah.
Very generous.
Yes.
Absolutely.
They deserve it.
Desi is great.
Responsibility if something happens there, out of the blue, who has the insurance? They are the.
So
Are you?
what,
They have bylaws.
what we had to do last year, because we were operating as our own entity, we did not have umbrella insurance. All of the individual vendors had their own insurance, and we had to name the South Foster Fire Department as co-insured, because they were the managers of the property. So same thing with Shady's. We will have our individual insurance, and Shady's will be listed as co-insured until if and when we get that nonprofit incorporated, and we can have an umbrella with Shady's co-insured through them.
Isn't it? Mrs. Rao, they got it all covered, believe me. Thank you so much. I
Thank
wish
you.
you the best. I think this is gonna,
She
oh,
gets- She gets no.
Ms. Thoman, could you just come up front and stay?
You can hear me from here. I'm Martha.
Ms. Thoman, we need you to come up so we can get a visual of you and so,
I'm Martha Thoman. I'm from 217 Hartford Pike in Foster. And for those of you who have been around long enough, 25 years ago, we were doing the farmer's market on Route 6.
yes,
With my baby in tow. So we were the Farm and Forest Coalition of Northwest Rhode Island, which sounds like a subversive entity, but we really weren't. We were, actually, we were an impetus that grew out of the Conservation Commission, where we were reading the paperwork from the town of Foster that talked about preserving the rural character, that did nothing to preserve the rural character. And we had a wide variety of locations on these. We were in the parking lot at what now is Ruby's Rocks. That was interesting, pulling off of Route 6 and into that parking lot and pulling out again was a little hairy. We were also in that location where the police station is going to be. And we were also in the parking lot of the church, which had the benefit of, at the end of our day, we gave leftover produce to the
food bank.
to the food bank that people were coming and receiving their food at a certain time there. But I wish you all the best of luck, and it sounds like you're headed in a good professional direction. We certainly, 25 years ago, we certainly had all of the interested buyers that could possibly be present. People really liked the idea. We struggled to have agricultural vendors that found it worth their time to sit with their produce in the hot sun and with their babies on the side of Route 6, rather than do a CSA and stay at home on their farm and be able to be doing work. But if this is any assistance, I'd be willing to talk to you about our experiences. I wish you all the best of luck.
Thank you, Martha. Thank you. Thank you all so much. We do not have to take a vote, but thrilled that there's going to be a farmer's market.
Absolutely, thank you.
So, yes. Thank you. And I'm sure Situate will be more than happy to assist you in any way, shape or form. We're going to begin our public hearing, so if you want to make a mass exodus. you-
Or you could stay.
Or a piece of pie, take pie, have pie, yes, that's true. If you'd like to. Thank you, appreciate it. Of course. Come up because that was a big thing. Yes, please come up.
So I just wanted to let everybody know that the Situate Rotary Club also services Foster and Gloucester. So we provide heating assistance and food to the pantry, but we want to be more involved in your community. Situate is always asking us, can you help us with Earth Day cleanup? Can you help with this? And we're Rotarians, we say yes. We want to hear from Foster too. We would love to be more involved in Foster and especially anyone that wants to volunteer with us.
Thank you,
Okay,
Jen.
thank you.
Appreciate it. Yep, thank you. So now we're going to move on to our public hearing portion. And we'll start with the first one, and I have, do you want to, I printed it out.
Yes.
I'll turn mine.
Town of Foster Public Notice of Public Hearing. Notice is hereby given by the Foster Town Council, being the licensed board in said town under Rhode Island General Laws 4-13-10 of the General Laws of Rhode Island 1956 is amended, that a public hearing will be held on March 14th, 2024 at the Benjamin Eddy Building, 6 South Killingley Road at 7 p.m. regarding an amendment to the zoning ordinance concerning mass gathering permits, Section 12-162. License issuance fees, limitations. Wait a minute. Oh, punctuation's important. License issuance, fees, limitations. Addition, number 3, for any event where the town, through a department and or committee, is a sponsor and or coordinator of the event, no public hearing shall be required for the issuance of any event or temporary mass gathering permit. The town council may issue such event and or temporary mass gathering permits at a regularly scheduled public meeting of the town council upon presentation by the department and or committee associated with the event. Individuals requiring interpreter services for the hearing impaired notify the town clerk at 401-392-9200, not less than 72 hours in advance of the hearing date, by order of the Foster Town Council. Susan M. Dillon, Foster Town Clerk.
Thank you. Tammy did reach out to me that she couldn't make it to tonight's meeting as part of recreation. She was going to see if anybody from recreation could make it. I don't see anybody from recreation here. So we can just move on. Grant?
You're on deck, buddy.
That was public hearing though, right?
Right.
Did I miss something? Sorry, it's not here. It's a public hearing, so you have to go through the public hearing.
She read it. And Grant, what?
I could explain it, but I didn't write it.
Okay, so, all right, thank you. Thank you. So go ahead then.
This was originally the language you guys had talked about wanting a couple meetings ago,
Yeah.
3 meetings ago, I think, something like that. And we had briefly talked last meeting about concerns regarding this specific language maybe creating an issue as far as whether or not the programs or the individuals who are looking to have these events and are requiring mass gathering permits are going through the recreation committee and what the standards would be. So if you were to put something like this into effect, I think we would need to put regulations into effect. Alternatively, what I can present to the council that you guys would, make a motion on the following meeting is, instead of using this language, have something similar, but make it across the board, remove the public hearing. Make it a public meeting with notice instead of by publication by either regular or certified mail. If you do certified mail, you would want the notice to be their concerns, the applicant. Hearing requirement. And would not create an issue where you're putting against potentially people who wanted to do an event permit. And then you wouldn't have to create those regulations because the recreation committee wouldn't be the difference between having to have a public hearing and not. This would just be the same across the board.
Questions?
Public hearings, you would have to say.
Do you have your microphone on?
Instead of having a public hearing, we would have to send the abutters. Oh, no, okay.
Not the applicant.
So
The applicant would have to.
Okay.
the food truck wants to have food truck event.
Mhm.
They would have to notify the abutters of town hall.
The abutters of whatever property they want to have it on, because this isn't specific to public property, this ordinance, this is specific to all other, you need an event permit if you have 2 or more food trucks. Not just if you're on town property, not just if you're on public property, it's across the board if you are on 2 or more, if you have 2 or more food trucks. So it would require notice of the event in lieu of publication, because the way that you guys were leaning was that you did not want to have to do the advertising
Right.
because of the situation, but you can't just do it only for town sponsored events.
So
That's treated the town differently.
farmers market, they plan on having an event like Situate gave the example, they have food trucks come. They're going to have a food truck at Shady's. That might be conflict of interest.
Not, she actually wants it there.
Oh.
Desi is a very.
She is. So they would have to send out to the abutters of Shady Acres.
Yes. And you could do it, no,
No.
no, it's an event permit for the year. So it would be
Okay.
before the hearing or before the meeting on the event permit for the year.
So similar to he comes, so, and I'm just,
Yeah.
and stop me if I can't use the food trucks. I'm not saying what food trucks, but the food trucks come here and they apply for us to give them the license to do the permit to do this. They come and they have to pay fees for the trucks. So they would no longer have to pay a fee.
They would still be paying the licensing fee. They wouldn't pay for advertising. Instead,
Okay.
in lieu of advertising, it's the
It did-
notice to the abutters.
And I'm wondering, how much would that cost for?
So that's why I said either certified, so that you have the green card receipts, or you require an affidavit of notice if it's by regular mail. So they have to sign, have their signature notarized there. It could just be a form that the town has, like I sent out mail notification.
Oh, so the applicant would have to send it out.
This day, and the applicant sends it out, not the town. It puts the onus on the applicant, and then it creates.
I get that. Okay.
So what about, sorry, Mitch. What about, Old Home Day?
Old Home Days, Boy Scouts, and the nonprofits have always. I will read you the list. So this doesn't apply to religious publications, the people selling things at the end of their driveway, anyone licensed under any other business article by the town, so like a tavern or anything that apply. Foster Old Home Days, the Scouts or Scouts related organizations, and nonprofits. So actually, if the farmers market became a nonprofit, they would be exempt.
I'm confused. I'm confused.
I'm not. Oh.
You're not? No, I mean, so we had them come before us before for a public hearing. And then I thought all right, so recreation, even though they're a department of the town who's
State
applying for,
recreation was not applying for the license and the permit. The food truck people were.
this is mass gathering. I thought this was for the grounds. Am I understanding that right? The mass gathering is
Can you
for,
turn on your
This is
microphone?
for
So we-
event.
An event permit. So,
okay,
I think that's where the.
mass gathering.
It's the event permit that requires public hearing. They're together. They often are together.
Okay.
But the event permit is the one that requires the public hearing. So right now, under the ordinance.
No, I can say that's not.
Go ahead, Grant, because we went through this with how we should separate it.
Just
can you turn on your microphone?
Okay.
Yeah, just so I understand the event permits and mass gathering permits better. Event permits and mass gathering permits as they're written in section 12-162 are only for mobile food establishments. Is that correct?
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay, and I also agree with you that it would cost less money to notify abutters within 200 feet than to advertise, because usually there aren't that many properties within 200 feet of a subject location based on how large the properties are in this town. And there's actually a form from the post office that's pretty easy to get. Jane Stuess, the building and zoning clerk, uses it all the time. It's called a PS, I think 3817. She actually went to the post office and requested it, and they said no one's requested that in years, but it is a legal way to give notice that you know that you mail the butters.
Say, only you would know it. Congratulations, Grant. Ms. Ryder, could you come up and state your name and address, please?
Right.
Thanks, Grant.
Lynn Ryder, Burgess Road. So it's having two or more food trucks that designate something as an event, correct?
Yes.
What if someone is having a family reunion on their property? They have a farm, they have a good sized yard, they're having a family reunion, and they're gonna have two food trucks. They will then have to get an event and then notify all the neighbors?
Yes.
Okay. Just,
In the way that it stands now, it would be a public hearing for an event permit. So we're lessening the burden. That's what we're looking to do. But
Oh.
it already requires a public hearing.
right, I understand. I just, in the past, because I don't know if people had food trucks. Maybe they did and they didn't tell anybody. But
I know. a
you
bunch
know,
of
they,
people do.
you would have family reunions and they didn't get, if it's at your house,
Mhm.
you don't get an event
Graduation
permit,
parties. Yeah.
or they haven't in the past.
And I'm sure that happens now.
Oh, I'm sorry, we originally had it that way, we changed it to non-residential. The second time we redid it, it's not. So if it's, public property or non-residential, so it's commercial.
So it's,
So, Julia, so now, basically what we're doing is say just, it was the food trucks. We're not having a public hearing. We're just sending them a certified letter saying, hey, council's voting on this.
Not with the.
Oh, the applicant, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, the applicant, saying that we are going to be voting on this at this meeting, and if you want to come and voice your
Right.
concerns, you vote, and that's it. So no advertising for the public hearing. All right. I got it.
So. In a nutshell, it saves money, it saves time. We don't have to have two public hearings to approve.
The one.
3 weeks of that.
The very thing,
I would
It's not
request
3
to
weeks.
further change, but I still have the 3-week time frame in there. I don't think we keep the 3-week time frame because I think that's what caused an issue. But part of the issue is the applicant failing to provide the full amount of dates when. Right. I'm hoping before, I'm hoping to be voted on, but, then there was that 3-week advertising period. And so this is still 3 weeks. That's something you guys can vote to make it to shorten the period 2 weeks or 1 week, whatever.
So we're not voting on this tonight because it's our first hearing.
Can you change in the middle?
We can, when we make the motion next meeting, when we hear it on the April the March 28th meeting, we can amend it to say, remove the 3-week notification. And I would think that
1 week
we
is
could,
sufficient.
a 1 week,
Mhm.
yeah, 1 week notification, but how would that work, Julia? Because I'm thinking our agenda goes out 2 days before. So how would we notify people? Oh, it's
Where
the
they
applicant.
have- so they would have they would file their application to be on a specific agenda, and we would say the proof of filing has to be with the clerk. So then they have to do it. When we have to do it before the meeting, then the clerk has to have it.
And then it doesn't have to come in front of the council because they already sent it out to the people that they want to see.
No, no,
Go ahead.
so the actual application would, the proof of mailing to the neighbors with the public meeting. That's the one.
That's my question. When do they come before the council? They go to the town clerk, get the form, fill it out and request a hearing or appearance before the town council.
It would be the same application procedure that they have now, except instead of a public hearing that requires advertising in the paper for 3 weeks. Or 3 weeks before, it would just be, they would put it on for a regular meeting, it doesn't have to be a public hearing, and in lieu of advertising, they would send out mail notice of butters within 2 weeks.
So
And they
we,
provide that form.
we trust them that when they give that form, that's the truth, and we just go about our business.
And if
Supposing somebody comes back at us saying they weren't notified, who's responsible then?
they're responsible for
applicant.
lying, the council can, that's grounds to revoke the permit.
Thank you.
Liability for what, Mrs. Rao?
What we are talking about without even doing all this, that would have much more work because we have to send all these letters out.
She doesn't have to send the letters out. The applicant, if you're going to apply for an event, you would have to come and get the addresses, you would have to send out the mail, and then you provide Mrs. Dillon with the list saying, here's who I sent it to. Okay, so it's your responsibility. Mrs. Dillon just gets the paperwork and puts it in Sugar Sync so we know that A, B, C, D residents were notified, okay? Grant, are you standing there to say something or are you ready for hearing number 2?
Microphone.
So I'm going to close the public hearing for the first public hearing. Is there anyone who has anything to say in favor of this? Anyone in favor? Anyone in favor? Anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? I'm closing the public hearing. Council, do you have any questions? Thank you. Grant?
Is I will make these proposed changes and circulate them ahead of the meeting.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Public hearing number 2, which I don't know if I have. I could not find the advertisement for it. Do you have it?
It's probably in previous.
I
This-
tried looking.
If this is the first hearing, it'll be in the Valley Breeze. It should still be on their website.
Is this, it says it's the second hearing?
Right, the
It's-
first hearing was what Julia put forward, which was advertised separately then. The second hearing, which is the first time the council will be hearing the 9
Okay, so
ordinances
the
in
way
front
it's
of you.
listed on the agenda is, okay, that answers my confusion because I saw second, third, fourth hearing. I'm thinking, we've never done. All right, so then this is really, the one about the animals then is just the first.
Yeah, the
public hearing.
one starting with section 8-217 is the first time the council will be hearing this. It is the second hearing following the first hearing that Julia just explained.
Okay,
Just the gen-
It's the second hearing, first hearing, okay, that makes sense now. Thank you, because I was very confused. All right, so, but I still don't have the advertisement
Right.
for,
Am I allowed to read it?
yes, you can read it.
Okay, on March 14th, 2024, the Foster Town Council will conduct a public hearing at 6 o'clock PM at 6 South Conley Road, Benjamin Eddy Building. On the agenda will be the discussion of 5 animals ordinances and 4 zoning ordinances recommended by the planning board at its February 7th and February 21st, 2024 meetings. The recommendations include amendments and removals from the animals ordinance, section 8-17, application for initial issuance, section 8-18, contents of application, section 8-19, notice of hearing, section 8-20, hearing, and section 8-24, revocation. The recommendations include amendments and additions to the zoning ordinance, section 38-36, enforcement of chapter, section 38-290, regulations pertaining to animals, section 38-285, development standards for drive-through uses, and section 38-301, construction timetable extension. Copies of the proposed amendments, additions, and removals can be found online at townoffoster.com/planning department. Copies can also be obtained from the Foster Planning Office during business hours. The proposed amendments, additions, and removals may be altered or amended prior to the close of the public hearing without further advertising as a result of further study or because of the views expressed at the public hearing. Any alteration or amendment must be presented for comment during the course of the hearing. Individuals requesting interpreter service must notify the town clerk's office at 401-392-9200 at least 72 hours in advance of the hearing date by order of the town council, Susan Dillon, town clerk.
Thank you. That being said, I'm going to open the public hearing. This is the first reading of this public hearing, so the council will not be voting on it at this time. We will vote on it, or could possibly vote on it on the 28th. That being said, Grants, go ahead.
Okay, the first section, 8-17, application for initial issuance. The reason we're looking to amend this section is because there is no hearing required under Rhode Island General Law 14-1310, which covers breeding kennels. And also there's no public hearing under Rhode Island General Law 4-19-6, which covers boarding kennels. And so the additional language being proposed is if an application is for a boarding or a breeding kennel, the town clerk, upon receipt of the application, notifies the town planner. The town planner then notifies the applicant that either a development plan review or a minor land development application shall be made to the planning board. So the kennel license would go in front of the planning board as a business. Then following the development plan review or minor land development review, Class A kennel licenses will be issued by the town clerk per state law 4-1310. And following a development plan review or a minor land development for Class B kennel licenses, the boarding licenses, those are issued by the town council per Rhode Island General Law 4-19-6. And if a development plan review application is denied or a minor land development application is denied, the town clerk or the town council, whoever's responsible, would not issue that kennel license.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions, or concerns regarding this section? Hearing none, go ahead, Glenn.
Section 8-18, currently titled Contents of Application, proposed to be retitled Contents of Application, Procedure for Issuance of License, Penalties for Non-Compliance. So these changes as well, they come directly from those two sections of state law that I referenced, 4-1310 for breeding kennels and 4-19-6 for boarding kennels. And again, there is no hearing requirement in either of those sections. So the proposals to eliminate the hearing requirement and the same procedure that I just explained would be followed. Class A kennel licenses, if the town clerk deems and the planning board deems that the public or that the kennel license would not cause a public nuisance, then the town clerk would issue that kennel license for a breeding kennel as state law allows the clerk that authority after the applicant pays the required fee of $25. And that's for an initial license. If you're to renew a kennel license for a breeding kennel that was already approved by the planning board the following year, you wouldn't have to go back in front of the planning board again. The town clerk would just issue that kennel license after they get the annual renewal fee of $25. And for boarding kennels, the same procedure applies, where if the town council deems following the planning board deeming that the kennel would not constitute a public nuisance, the council would then issue that license after an application fee of $50 was received, because that is the application fee cited in 419.6. And if you are to renew a boarding kennel license, you wouldn't have to go in front of the planning board again. The council would just issue that license upon the fee of $50 being paid. And every kennel license is for a period not exceeding 1 year and expires on the first day of April each year. All monies received shall be credited to the dog fund of the town. Any person without a kennel license who establishes or keeps a kennel shall be fined not exceeding $5 for each day that the kennel's kept. That comes from Rhode Island General Law 41310.
Thank you. Question?
I have a question.
Mrs. Rao, you need to come up.
Yeah.
You know.
We talked about the dogs before, and at that time the fee was $100, remember?
Yes, that was.
So who's scheduled all this?
Whose
No.
kennels are these?
We were meeting here, and we were discussing the fee for dogs and for kennels.
Yes,
A kennel over 5 dogs, right? If you have more than 5 dogs,
right.
and there was a fee, $100, where is that paper? We had it, hand out.
I don't know what the paper is, but the state law says that the fee for a breeding or a boarding kennel, which is keeping of 5 dogs or more that aren't yours, is $50.
So then that's why we lowered it, I guess.
Yeah, just to be consistent with state law. Read that section. and see.
Who voted for it? We didn't have to vote for that. Is that it?
The council voted on that. And tonight,
I was $100.
those fees we voted on February 22nd, that's what Mrs. Rogers would like to revisit. So the kennels were not listed on that, right? So this is where we're talking about it now, Mrs. Rao. Okay, any questions from the audience other than Mrs. Rao? Hearing none, go ahead, Grant.
Okay, section 8219 is titled Notice of Hearing. And the proposal here is to remove the notice of hearing because there is no hearing required in either of those two sections, 41310 or 419.6 of Rhode Island General Law. And if there was to be a development plan review application that was not waived, and the way it could be waived is if you don't expand the footprint of your structure. If you don't do that and you're just starting a kennel, the planning board could waive the requirement for it. But say you expanded the footprint of your house to accommodate a kennel, you'd wind up having to either go as a land development project or a development plan review. The state statutes on those actually say the same language, so you could basically take your pick. And if there was to be a hearing, that would be held by the planning board, but there doesn't even need to be that.
Thank you, Grant. Anyone have any questions or concerns regarding that? Hearing none, go ahead, Grant.
Section 8220 hearing, same concept, no hearings required. We're proposing to remove it.
And that's in regards to no hearing required as far as the animals kennel license. Go ahead. Any questions? Go ahead, Grant.
Section 8224 revocation. So this is an existing ordinance that we're looking to amend. Class A kennel licenses would be able to be revoked by the town clerk. That only makes sense because the town clerk is the one to issue breeding kennel licenses, and Class B kennel licenses would be able to be revoked by the town council if that was felt to be appropriate. And we're striking out a sentence that covers hearings because there's no hearing required.
Any questions regarding that?
We're gonna ask questions.
Yep. Okay, Grant.
Okay, so on to zoning ordinances, section 3836, enforcement of chapter. This amendment is simply being made to copy and paste state laws. It relates to the issuance of zoning certificates by the zoning enforcement officer. Basically, if somebody requests a zoning certificate to, if they don't know what is or is not allowed on their property, the zoning enforcement officer is supposed to provide that. And the way that we have it written is not exactly what state law says. The last two sentences of 452454 say, in order to provide guidance or clarification, the zoning enforcement officer or agency shall, upon written request, issue a zoning certificate or provide information to the requesting party as to the determination of the official or agency within 15 days of the written request. In the event that no written request in the event that no written response is provided within that time, the requesting party has the right to appeal to the zoning board of review for the determination. So if the building official doesn't give it to that requesting party, they could just ask the zoning board for it.
Any questions from the audience? Hearing none, go ahead, Grant.
Section 38285, development standards for drive-throughs. Currently, the ordinance on drive-throughs says that no drive-through windows can be located on any building facade which faces a public street. The proposal is to remove that stipulation so that a drive-through window could face a public street. And I think in my opinion, the regulations pertaining to animals. So this is an existing ordinance that says no special use permit shall be granted without a waste management and removal plan. 35 on 5 acres. We actually no longer have a valid special use permit for that use because there's no specific and objective criteria for it. So I think that's a good thing. And whenever DEM tells us you have too many animals on too tight of a space, that's who would regulate it. However, I think it is a good proposal for keeping of animals exceeding 35 on 5 acres to have a waste management and removal plan submitted to the building official. And also for kennels, a waste management and removal plan would be a good thing to have and to require from those kinds of applications. And the council has the authority under Rhode Island General Law 2319.21 to make any rules and regulations that they deem necessary for not only construction and location and maintenance of all places for keeping animals, but they have the authority to make rules and regulations pertaining to prescribing the time and manner of removing manure from those places. So that's a good environmental practice to keep. And if there is an agricultural operation as defined under right to farm, that agricultural operation would be exempted from those rules per, I think it's 223-5B.
Grant, any questions or concerns regarding that? Thank you. Go ahead.
Last ordinance under this hearing, section 38301, construction timetable extension. There is a provision in the zoning statute in Rhode Island General Law called vested rights, and it says that one of the things that it says is that you should have a reasonable timeline for completion of a project after it's approved. And so we now have those timelines written in the zoning ordinance. But if you couldn't meet the timeline, which I believe is you have a year to get started after an approval and then 5 years to finish it. If you needed an extension on that, you could apply for one and it could possibly be approved. And the permitting authority who issued the approval, whether that be the zoning board or the planning board, would also issue the extension.
Thank you. Any questions or concerns regarding that? Hearing none, I'm going to ask my three. Anyone in favor of these ordinances that would like to speak now? If there's anyone that is in favor of these ordinances that would like to speak now. Anyone in favor of these ordinances that would like to speak now? Anyone in opposition to these ordinances that would like to speak now? Anyone in opposition? Anyone in opposition that would like to speak now? I've done my 3-3. I'm closing this public hearing. I will open it up to the council. Ms. Rogers, I see you highlighting left and right.
I do have a couple of questions. In the first one, section 8-217, for this site plan review or minor development, is that, do people need to get like a civil engineer to do this, or do they just come to you with a sketch? Like, how complicated is this, and what would the expense be
So,
to an applicant?
so the way that it's written under the development plan review statute is that some type of professional who you're speaking about is supposed to submit the site plans. However, the planning board is allowed to waive any requirement. So they could say that a professional engineer, whoever would submit those plans does not have to, and you could give a simple concept that you put together yourself for your kennel license, and that would be acceptable.
So that, but that's totally at the discretion of the planning board.
Yeah.
I would
and-
imagine it would be dependent on the size and.
Yeah, that's to the discretion of the planning board, but I think the planning board would be reasonable. And
Mhm.
also the planning board's allowed to waive the requirement for the review to even happen if you're not going to expand the footprint of your house, which is usually what the case would be. And so a lot of the times, the planning board would just say, yeah, we recommend that the council approve this. And we waive the development plan review.
Okay.
Would you be? Is there a criteria that you're following? Because it sounds like it could be subjective.
That's what my question is.
The criteria that we're following is spelled out in the procedures for the development plan review application or the minor land development if you were to expand the footprint of your house to have a kennel.
Okay. So you may, but the planning board being able to say, you don't have to have a stamped plan.
Mhm.
How would that? I'm thinking of it, it could be subjective.
That's my question.
If you don't have to have a stamp plan, then you don't have to have a stamp plan, and then.
But how is that determined? Like, say, Mrs.
Bec-
Ryder comes in and she asks for it. I come in and I have the same. Is the stock answer yes or no? Or is it,
We
Right.
we
That's
want to
my
get, we
question.
want to get away from you like me better, you know this person, whatever. So,
That's
the
why
way,
I'm
the
asking
way
what
that
you-
this would go would be any kennel license would not require a stamp plan. You would just
Oh,
waive
okay.
it for everything. And, yeah, in terms of the waiver requirement, if you can prove that what you're going to do, there's a whole list of things in state law. It won't affect drainage. It won't affect, surrounding uses, things of that nature. You can waive that requirement. In terms of not affecting surrounding uses, I guess noise could be an issue. So maybe the waivers wouldn't be issued so often, but you would just say, okay, you don't need the stamp plan. Tell us what you're looking to do. You can put it forward, and that would go for everybody.
I'm concerned about the vagueness of that.
but
and
I
it
think,
being
I think
subjective.
what Grant just said, though, that the state has a list, so they could
So let me
Mm.
ask you.
turn on your mic.
Let me ask. Let me ask you the same question this way. The way I see it, and the way I interpreted this is if I came before the planning board, and I wanted to put a slab in with a chain link fence and a run-in with a roof, I could sketch that on a piece of paper. But if I wanted to build a 16 by 26 structure with a roof and windows and air conditioning, and it runs inside, I would need a legitimate document. Because now it's got to be approved, and it's much more of a complicated drawing.
Mhm.
It's something that involves a lot more laws and ordinances and rules that the town would require. So I think one can be a sketch and one has to be an official drawing.
And that's
I
exactly,
think, I
that's.
think that's the spirit and the intent of the change.
And that's exactly how it's written. So if you're going to have a development plan review, that is only eligible if you're not expanding the footprint of your structure. So a development plan review, you would not be expanding the footprint of the building. You'd be able to draw a sketch that would be okay. A minor land development is if you are going to be expanding the footprint of your building and there are class 1 boundary survey requirements for land developments.
Thank you. Thank you, Grant.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Okay, go ahead, Heidi, you had more?
I did. You answered one of my questions, but about the penalty, it was $5 per day. And then, so the recommendation to amend section 8-224,
Yep.
Class A kennel license revocation powers to the town clerk. So the town clerk can revoke the license. Are there criteria for that? I mean, I see then class B comes to the council, but what would the criteria first that be?
The criteria would be whatever the criteria currently are. So it says the class A kennel licenses are by state law improperly, the authority to revoke is given to the council when the town clerk is the one who issues class A kennel licenses for breeding kennels under state law. So the town clerk would be able to revoke the same license if the kennel and the use of the operation at its location constitutes a public nuisance, or if the license is in violation of any of the provisions of the article describing kennels. Notice that the proposed revocation would need to be given to the licensee by registered or certified mail addressed to the licensee at the location where their kennel is. And yeah, they would get it through the mail. So the criteria are the exact same as they are now for revocation.
All right, I'm,
So I
ahead.
get that. And I think in the past, the kennels have been an issue. And it's the standard that if abutters or complaints come in, that's one of the reasons to revoke that license. And the same thing with what the town council gives. So I think that that's one of the criteria along with the other things that Grant had listed.
So the clerk can, I don't have any problem with this, but the clerk in your own discretion can just pull somebody's license?
I think. that
No,
it has
they need
be
to,
a
it needs to
violation.
constitute a public nuisance.
It has to be a violation. It can't
But-
just be,
So-
something has to be there has to be a paper trail.
But where does the complaint go? There's no hearing before the council to building, zoning, police?
Police department issue. So I think what happens is, since
Are you on?
the town clerk, again, the spirit and the intent of the ordinance is, it's the reverse process of the issuance.
Right.
So that we give permission, clerk issues the license, violations come in. And when the determination is made that the violation warrants revocation, she's the one that does it, because she's the one that issued it. It's just the finalization of that legal last step.
And then that person would be able to appeal to,
Oh, that's a good question.
see, this is my question.
Who do we appeal to in that case?
In the case
For-
that,
In the case of a potential revocation of a license, is there an appeal process currently that I'm not aware of?
it doesn't look like there
I-
is one in this ordinance. And additionally, it's,
Well-
the town clerk is authorized
Hmm.
with, let's see, issuing these kinds of licenses, but the state law also says that the police commissioners or chief of police can also deem that the kennel is a public nuisance. So the town clerk could probably defer it to the chief.
I think it goes now. But it's a good question. I would say that the process of appealing would be the same. Would be the same process, and that person or persons may have to come before the council again, or the zoning, or whoever, to maybe initialize another request.
There would be stipulations that they'd have to follow, right, Grant?
Right.
I mean, it wouldn't be just, exactly. So again, it's the same as before. There would be a list of things they'd have to check and follow in order to either give or take back. right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it's much like when we do our licenses in December and in January. We have that, right, there's all that.
I get that.
So I think that would be the same thing. There would be, I don't think it's gonna be willy-nilly and,
No, I'm
Yeah.
just,
yep,
because, I'm only reading what I see here. I don't have.
you don't have all this.
No, I don't have
Oh,
everything.
oh.
so-
It's in the law.
Yes, it is. It's in sugar. Yes, I killed a couple of trees. So, go ahead. Any other
Um,
questions, Ms.
Absolutely,
Rogers?
no, I'm good.
Any questions from the council? Thank you, Grant.
Thank you, Grant.
Now we'll open up the next public hearing, which please clarify for me. This is section 12-1, which here's this, and we've done this before, so that's why I was confused, like it's the third, but it's the third in the series tonight, but it's our second hearing on this particular. Thank you.
Okay. Town of Foster, on February 22nd, 2024, the Foster Town Council will conduct a public hearing at 6 p.m. at 6 South Conley Road, the Benjamin Eddy Building. At the Benjamin Eddy Building. On the agenda will be discussion of 15 manufactured homes and trailers ordinances, 1 planning ordinance, 2 business ordinances, 3 nuisance ordinances, and 1 zoning ordinance recommended by the planning board at its January 17th and February 7th, 2024 meetings. The recommendations include additions to the business ordinance, section 12-1, penalty for violations of chapter authority, and section 12-48, businesses dumpsters. The recommendations include amendments to and removals from the manufactured homes and trailers ordinance section 16-1, 16-30, reserved. Section 16-61, temporary permits following damage, section, this is cut off, I'm not sure.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Section, is it 16-81? It should be, because they're all in order.
Yes.
All right.
1681.
Unlicensed trailers prohibited, section 16-82, procedure for applying for initial trailer license. Section 16-83, standards to govern issuance of initial trailer license, section 16-84, hearing on issuance of initial trailer license, issuance or denial of license, section 16-85, previously located trailers, section 16-121, definitions, section 16-122, general requirements for operation of a mobile home or trailer park, section 16-23, sanitary,
123.
oh, is it one?
Yeah.
One's cut off, thank you. Sanitary requirements for operation of mobile home or trailer parks, section 16-124. Registration of mobile homes or trailers, section 16-125. Existing land and area requirements, section 16-126. Penalties for violation, 16-151, required, and section 16-152, application. The recommendations include additions to the nuisances ordinance, section 18-1, dumpsters, section 18-2, recycle receptacles, and section 18-32, penalty for violation of article authority. The recommendations include amendments to the planning ordinance, section 24-35, organization. The recommendations include amendments to the zoning ordinance, section 38-3, penalty for violation of chapter. Copies of the proposed amendments, additions, and removals can be found online at townoffoster.com/planning department. Copies can also be obtained from the Foster Planning Office during regular business hours. The proposed amendments, additions, and removals may be altered or amended prior to the close of the public hearing without further advertising as a result of further study or because of the views expressed at the public hearing. Any alteration or amendment must be presented for comment in the course of the hearing. Individuals requiring interpreter service must notify the town clerk's office at 401-392-9200 at least
2 business days. 72.
72 hours in advance of the hearing date. I should know that. I've read enough of these. By order of the town council, Susan M. Dillon, town clerk.
Thank you. That being said, I'm going to open the second hearing for these ordinances. Go ahead, Grant.
Okay, section 12-1 is the first ordinance in this public hearing. Penalty for violation of chapter authority. This is a recommendation to add a penalty for violation of the business's chapter. So if you were running a business without a license, there should be a penalty for that. And because there's not a penalty for that, we actually have a section of our ordinances 1-7 that covers the general penalties if there isn't a penalty expressly written for it. And that section 1-7 is something along the lines of you get $500 fines per day or you get imprisoned. It's crazy. So you shouldn't really have to go through all that, and the building official would be responsible for enforcement of the chapter. They just tell the guy, hey, get a license, otherwise you're fined $100.
Thank you, Grant. Any questions regarding this? Hearing none, continue, Grant.
Section 1248, businesses dumpsters. So all businesses or firms engaged in commerce are required to use a dumpster or a similar storage container, trash can, for commercial trash removal. The town will not collect any trash at any industrial or business establishment. They could collect recycling, but that business owner would have to make an agreement with the DPW director to do so. That's currently the procedure that is followed. Businesses must first receive a dumpster permit from the Director of Public Works, who will inspect the dumpster, and location for compliance is set forth in section 18-1, which will be recommended and heard a little bit later in this hearing. Once the location of the dumpster has been established, under no circumstances can it be changed without first obtaining approval from the Director of Public Works, and no license for any business under this chapter shall be issued or renewed unless evidence has been provided that you have a dumpster or a garbage can, if you don't need a dumpster, on the site of your business. And this use of dumpsters is not required for a business that's conducted as a home occupation or for agricultural uses.
Thank you. Any questions regarding this? Hearing none, go ahead, Grant.
So this next slew of ordinances all under Chapter 16. There are still some questions regarding this, but I've talked to Warren, architect on the State Building Committee. He's also on our planning board about how manufactured homes relate to the state building code and the zoning ordinance. The first proposal is to remove the reserved section, all of Article 1 under Chapter 16, manufactured homes and trailers, is currently reserved. There is a section of the state building code that says that towns cannot create their own building codes, and any building codes that the town has that they had in place prior to 1977 are null and void, and every town follows the building code. So I don't see there ever being a need to, it's not exactly in the building code, but this section relates to residential structures, which are covered under SBC 2. So I don't think there would ever be a need to add anything to this section under the reserved article.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions, concerns regarding this? Hearing none, go ahead, Grant.
Section 1661, it's not moving forward with recommendation. We'll have section 1660 on a future agenda, and it'll cover temporary permits following damage.
Thank you. Question, should not be any questions on that. Go ahead.
Section 1681, currently titled unlicensed trailers prohibited, proposed to be titled unlicensed manufactured homes prohibited. No person shall maintain or use any manufactured home, formerly known as a trailer, as a dwelling unit in the town without a permit for the same. So the reason why we're changing the term trailer to manufactured home is that, I guess, mobile homes, or trailers as they're called, are the pre-HUD manufactured homes prior to 1976. And anything that's built to the HUD standards after 1976, whether it be on a foundation or a permanent chassis, is called a manufactured home. And so what we're saying here is you need to follow the state building code and obtain a permit through that process if you want to have a manufactured home. And I guess I should preface all this by saying, you know, the reason this is being put forward is because the way I understand it, we have approved manufactured homes under the current state, 1 and 2 family residential code. And we've approved the type that have a foundation. And by definition, in the state building code, the type of manufactured homes that have a foundation are under the same definition as the type of manufactured homes that don't have a foundation. So by allowing the type with the foundation, we've required ourselves to allow the type without a foundation. If I'm wrong about that, we should not, in my opinion, move forward with any of this, because we could say, because the zoning ordinance takes precedence in location to location, use and type of a structure, say we don't have a zone for manufactured homes. But the building code takes precedence on structural stability, fire, safety, entrance and exit, those kinds of things. And I think we're too far past the argument of we don't have a zoning district for manufactured homes because we've allowed manufactured homes before.
Ask if anyone has any questions or concerns regarding that, please come forward, state your name and address.
And Ryder Burgess Road. I can't remember an approval of a manufactured home even on a foundation if it's not grandfathered in. Have there been some?
There was just one on Johnson Road. I saw it coming in.
Okay.
So now we need to have a discussion
That's different.
of what a manufactured home is, and there's
Prefab.
modular homes, there are manufactured homes.
Well,
And
If it had wheels,
this didn't roll it.
you need to turn on your microphone.
That is a problem when there is a confusion on the definition.
So if there is a mobile home, one that rolls in, I had a 65-foot trailer on my property when we built. I got permission for 1 year for that property. It was a house. It had a bump out, we had oil, electric, everything was to that until we were in a house and then we got rid of it. But it was a manufactured house. Is that what you're saying? I just need to,
Want to get back up to the podium. My understanding, was it on a chassis,
yes, it was.
permanent chassis? Then yes, it's a manufactured home by definition.
Thank you.
So my question would be, even if that manufactured home that is now on a foundation started out its life as a trailer on a chassis, and then they just kind of permanently parked it and put a foundation around it, that's not a modular home.
No.
That would be a manufactured home.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
a modular home, I think, falls under the same definitions.
Well, right, I mean, when my very first home was a modular home, it came down the road in 4 pieces.
Mhm.
It was a duplex, it had 2 stories, and it came down the road and that I consider modular home, not a manufactured home.
So the definition from the state building code, the international residential code that the state building code follows, is manufactured home. A manufactured home shall have the same definition as in the US code, meaning a structure transportable in 1 or more sections, which in the traveling mode is 8 body feet or more in width or 40 body feet or more in length, or where erected on site is 320 or more square feet, and which is built on a permanent chassis and is designed to be used as a dwelling with or without a permanent foundation when connected to the required utilities, and includes the plumbing, heating, air conditioning, and electrical systems contained therein, except that such terms shall include any structure which meets all the requirements of this definition, except the size requirements, and with respect to which the manufacturer voluntarily files a certification required by the U.S. Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, and complies with the standards established under some chapter 70, title 42 of the U.S. Code, and accept that such term shall not include any self-propelled recreational vehicle. So I think, if I understand it correctly, what this is saying is in the traveling mode, if it's in one piece, it all just comes down the road at once and it's 8 feet wide and 40 feet long, that's a manufactured home. Or when it comes in pieces and then you put the pieces together on site, that's also a manufactured home. It's a modular, but it's considered manufactured.
We just had one down within the last 3 months. Johnson Road, put onto Walker property where the this camp is. In the field, they put in a foundation. I saw the septic system going in and. Oh, I didn't say who, oh.
I'm gonna bring up the same problem I brought up to Grant last time. I think we're confused because
Yep.
the law was always a modular home was created off-site and it was made in accordance with the state laws in order to be allowed to be into the state. It was made and manufactured with the state's requirements it was being shipped to, and it was going to be assembled on a site as a permanent structure. When you bring in a trailer a mobile home on wheels, even though it has what we would think is a chassis, it is not manufactured to a specific state's requirements. It may not meet hurricane rules, snow load rules, wind rules. There's so many things that are deficient. A trailer is not a permanent fixture. It's made to be a mobile dwelling. I don't think it's the same thing. I would be really surprised if the state would force us to accept a vehicle coming in, towed in with wheels jacked up, because it doesn't meet local codes and standards, and it's not really required to, because it's required to go all over the country.
So those kinds of structures that you're talking about are, to my knowledge, required to meet the HUD standards post 1976, which Rhode Island has adopted as its state building code. So I'm not sure about the snow loads and wind loads and all of that, but I think that a home on wheels that meets the area requirements and has whatever label I think they all come with a label that says this meets the HUD certification post 1976. If it does that, I think that meets the state building code.
All right. Well, let me ask this, and you can bring this back to the planning board. You can bring it back I think we're supposed to vote on it tonight.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't have to, though.
Here's my concern. Here's my serious concern. If I could bring in and start, and I could bring in a mobile home that's considerably cheaper than the cost of a manufactured home, a modular home. I could drop them, I could rent them out, and the people inside are now subject to danger. If that house is not approved and it doesn't meet all the state's minimum requirements for a legal dwelling, then I have a problem with that.
But they would have to be approved in order to come in legally.
No, not if it's a trailer on wheels.
I think it would have to meet those standards.
I think it has to meet those standards. And in terms, and anybody could rent out any structure for long-term occupancy. It's basically treating it as the same as a single family dwelling. Yeah.
I'm afraid of that.
State law?
Is what specifically?
I'm wondering about the ADUs I'm not comfortable voting on any of this until we get some clarification. I was concerned about,
Well, we haven't come to the council yet, so.
yeah,
yeah.
okay.
And I understand
Yes.
what you're saying.
So what's your question?
My question was, is that state law currently? What you just read, is that state law?
Yeah, that's the definition in SBC 2, the 1 and 2 family residential code, where the question comes into play is because the zoning code overrides the building code in terms of location, use, and type. What our ordinance currently says is we don't have a zone for manufactured homes, which I think is still legal until it gets into the question of, okay, so we've allowed modular homes, which are considered manufactured homes. The way I read the state building code's definition of a manufactured home, a home on wheels that meets the HUD requirements that Rhode Island adopted is also a manufactured home.
Could we get clarification that a modular home comes in pieces that's rolled up and dropped is the same as a trailer I can get and buy.
Yeah,
Construction trailer.
the guy we could ask is Warren Ducharme.
So I'm going to recognize Mrs. Ryder, and you know the routine.
Lynn Ryder, Burgess Road. Grant, when you read that definition, the word that stuck in my mind was chassis. Didn't you read that either one that was on wheels or all self-contained or something that was in pieces, but I think you said chassis in both of them.
No, it's chassis in one of them, and then it's with or without a permanent foundation. It's actually.
Right. Not that I don't believe you, but where?
The underlined section at the top, ignore my script.
Administered transportable in one of our sections, a man is used in this section, a manufactured home shall have the same definition in whatever, meaning a structure transportable in one or more sections, which in the traveling mode is 8 feet wide or 40 feet long.
They have to be by law.
Right, okay, right. And which, when erected on site is 320 feet or more square feet. And which is built on a permanent chassis and designed to be used as a dwelling. With or without a permanent foundation. So it says that it's built on a chassis. And a modular home is not built on a chassis.
No, no.
Right, but I think it says that in order to be included in that definition of a manufactured home where it's got to be so many feet wide, it can be so many feet wide, so many feet long, 320 feet or more square feet, and which is built on a permanent chassis and is designed to be used as a dwelling with or without a permanent foundation when connected to the required utilities. But it has to have a chassis under there.
Right,
It can't be a modular home, which I've seen, they come on trailers.
Right.
You see them coming down the highway.
yeah, right.
That doesn't have a chassis.
No, it does not.
But I guess home on wheels that has a chassis would usually come in 2 separate pieces.
Well, I guess it was, maybe you would know something. I'm sorry, this is not my job.
Mr. Renzi, could you come up, state your name and address? Thank you.
Anthony Renzi, Central Pike. Trailer, when you go camping,
Mm.
tires. Rides, they open up, pull them behind the truck. That's a trailer. Modular home. Comes in sections. You can have a 10,000 square foot modular home. Prefab, made in a factory, brought here. One on Central Park, foundation is set, they crane it, put it on there, that's a manufactured home. A manufactured trailer that we're talking about, that you're talking about, is a trailer, which is if you've been to Florida, a wide or a double wide,
Mhm.
those are trailers, those are manufactured, okay? They do come with a chassis, so they can transport, and they're either placed permanent foundation or 4 blocks. There's one on Cucumber Hill Road. And those can go from 40 to 80. No, wide. 20 wide and then a double wide is 40. Okay. And that is manufactured. They meet certain codes. They have to meet certain codes to do it. Now, that's where the term trailer park comes from. If we go down into Gloucester on the right-hand side, that's a trailer park.
Mhm.
Those are trailers.
Mhm.
If you've been to Florida, some of these trailers are elaborate. Now, I don't know what we're doing, what we want to do.
That's my question.
Okay.
My intent is, if we agree to this,
Yeah, somebody can plop one on a 5 acre
I
piece of
want,
property.
I want to make sure that it speaks to our structural standards. That, I mean, I don't care if it's pre-manufactured or not, or if it's a trailer. I don't care as much, because I understand the grant's presentation originally was, the state gets mad because we're excluding poverty level people, or people of a certain economic uh, situation. Well, but they do say, no, but they have said that if we exclude this, that we're excluding a certain financial, a family type of situation. I'm not looking for that. I'm looking to say that because prefabbed homes, modular homes, have to meet local standards, is this gonna be the same thing? Can we impose the same requirement? That if this trailer comes in and it's dropped, does it have to be of sufficient safety?
Yeah,
Valid.
it has to be, there is a standard from the government, from the state, if you're gonna have those. Okay, you've seen them on job sites. Those are not the same thing, but same size, same everything, it's just they're built differently. Okay, but one that's gonna be a house and somebody wants to put one here in town, they're gonna have to get a septic, they're gonna have to get a well, they're gonna have to hook it up, get electricity and do everything that they're gonna have to do. They're gonna have to do everything that you would do for a house. Okay, but they come in built, ready to go. You know, now that's where if you wanna, zoning or whatever, if you wanna have trailer parks in town. I mean, that's all up to the council and the town and the vote and all of that stuff.
Ms. Laws, does that answer your question?
Yeah. Yeah, yes, I think so, because that's where this zoning ordinance is going, to allow them, people to bring in trailers on a 5-acre lot or whatever grandfathered lot and live in it, correct? That's
Yes.
where we're heading.
So right now, by the zoning code, we say that we don't allow new trailers in Foster.
Right.
As if we can legally continue to say that, then okay. There is also a bill that's gonna be voted on by the House and the Senate that is going to say manufactured homes, proposes manufactured homes to be permitted on any lot that's owned for a single family residence. That's not in place yet. We'll see what happens when
Well,
it gets voted.
I think that's probably gonna happen, and
And I think that potentially, and again, we'll ask to figure out the exact definition, but I think that we might have already allowed that by allowing modular homes. The question's really about it as a permanent chassis, whether or not we're saying, and whether or not that definition applies to manufactured homes with or without a chassis, or if it only applies to manufactured homes with a chassis.
well, I think that not allowing them, I don't want to see, I don't think I want to see a trailer park, but by not allowing them, I think we've excluded some people that might have wanted to come to town and live in town. And some of these things are much more beautiful than some of the houses we ride around and we look at. So but you're right, they're allowed to get that way. But if they come in new, and hopefully they're going to be kept up, if I don't see it as David stated, I don't think about it as a class thing, because that has changed over the years. Totally. You can go out and spend $150,000, $200,000, $300,000 on a mobile home, whatever you want to call it, with the chassis. But
That wasn't exactly my intent. What I was saying was, is Grant's argument last time was that the reason why they want to bring this forward is because excluding these types of homes is excluding a class of people. People that want to spend 120,000 or 200,000 for a home, not 600,000.
well,
And
right,
I understand that.
because there's a lot of kids that would like to stay in
Yeah,
town
yeah.
and can't afford to buy a house.
That's true. And I think that's the intent here, but the problem is it safe? That's my only concern.
Regarding trailer parks too, we're not like, the only way to get a trailer park would be to reduce the minimum lot sizes so that you would get your actual type of trailer park that you're thinking about. And yeah, there's no proposal to reduce lot size to that extent.
And maybe I'm oversimplifying, but these modular homes versus, they have to have a septic, they have to have water, they have to have a well. So we those people that want. Similar to what we think she. That's not what we're talking about. Because you need to have wells, you need to have a septic system, you have to.
Puts into it, all said and done, they're not saving a lot of money. Okay, those are more
Right,
common in the south where the weather is conducive.
right,
Down in Florida, and there is no land restrictions. I mean, by the time someone up here puts a septic, puts a well, that's the same price that they're building a house. Okay, now.
And some,
Now
but
we
yeah.
have to, it's the same price foundation. You
right,
get 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom trailer, 3-bedroom septic is gonna be the same. The well is gonna be the same, and then if they have to put a foundation in. And by the time you buy one of these nice trailers and you put it all together,
right.
there's not a whole lot of saving. They could build a smaller house.
But what I want to make clear is that we're not talking about somebody's house burns down. Right now, we have that if your house burns down, you can put up a temporary trailer. This is not what we're talking about. We're talking about a permanent residence.
Right.
Not a temporary, a permanent residence where you're gonna have to install the well,
Correct.
the septic,
We can tax.
and everything else. Okay,
Does not have to be on a permanent foundation.
it does not have to be on a permanent foundation.
That
I-
would be creating our own building code and it would be against state law.
From the conversation I had with Warren, we can't say that.
But I think you guys have made a good point, because it's not the same thing as a trailer. You're gonna have to really be invested, and I just hope that they're equally as safe.
There are, there's a section down at the beach near, in Narragansett. We did some work there. And there's 12 of these trailers on this private area of the beach. I would take any one of those 12 trailers that they have, which is spectacular and a ton of money. And because they can only go so wide, some of them have been creative and have gone up 2 floors. And they are like spectacular.
So I think it's the terminology that's messing us up. And
And I think Lynn might be right here when I read it over a bunch of times. On a permanent chassis and designed to be used as a dwelling with or without a permanent foundation. So I think it's saying manufactured homes always have a chassis and the foundation is optional. It just, the question just becomes, have we permitted that in the past? If we have, then we'd have to keep on permitting them. If we haven't, then we could hold off until the state says that we absolutely have to.
We could do that.
I haven't been around as long as you, so maybe.
We do all modular homes.
That's different.
It is
We-
different.
It is a modular home, like I said, my first house was a modular home. Any other questions? This was a good conversation. Hopefully. it was-
I would bet if you looked around, Lynn, you'd find out that there were some here.
Grandfather.
Yeah, oh, yes.
Yes,
Grandfather, but here.
But listen,
have a pizza, it's pizza, no milk,
I
but
think it's-
water, pizza. pie.
Sean from the gas station gives out food milk.
Glad
sometimes.
that you said that. It is a good discussion, because I know when we leave and this makes it to the internet, we're gonna be putting trailers in Boston, and people, we need to have the answer.
Yeah, so well, I think Warren's the guy that'll save us there.
No milk? Yeah, you gotta cut them for us. Come on. Let's go. Yeah.
Does Mrs. Rowell leave?
No, she's making a.
She's having a
Oh.
cigarette.
Okay.
She's.
Tell her about the modular.
She's looking for a module.
All right. All right, I wasn't sure whether you had left. I didn't want the door left open. So I'm going to move on to the next one, grants.
Okay, so
This is over. About 5.
We're having a conversation, Mr.
about manufactured homes, all right. So we were on section 1681 most recently, and now we're on section 1682. Procedure for applying for initial trailer license, to be retitled procedure for applying for initial manufactured home permit. The proposal here is if we have allowed manufactured homes by definition in the past, we can't create our own codes in terms of permitting. We have to defer to the 1 and 2 family residential code and follow the permitting process that's found in that code. So again, everything that's proposed here is contingent upon us, the town of Foster, having previously permitted a manufactured home. Okay, section 1683.
Are there any questions for that? Are there any questions on what Grant just read?
I guess I could have how do we know whether we ever let a manufactured? Denise Franco 10975.
How would we know? We would have to go through the building permit files. Okay, so section,
Yeah, that I don't, so thank you.
if you want to stay here all night, maybe Anna. All right, so section 1683, standards to govern issuance of initial trailer license, to be retitled standards to govern issuance of initial manufactured home license. No, so no manufactured home license shall be issued unless the following standards are met. The manufactured home must meet the setback zoning district in which the lot's located. We are allowed to do that because the zoning code takes precedence in terms of location. All that's doing is it's a five feet back from what it used to be written as. We have to follow the new rules. Utilities, building and service, utilities and building service equipment for manufactured homes needs to meet the requirements in state building code, 1 and 2 family residential code. Questions?
Are you? Changing the language to put it in line with what the state already has that supersedes us.
Yes. Yep. And that's correct. And if the question is just, have we allowed what the state calls a manufactured home or not? I think we have, maybe we haven't. Welcome.
Any questions on that? Hearing none. Go ahead, Grant.
Section 1684, hearing on issuance of initial trailer license, issuance or denial of license. Recommendation is to propose this section because under the 1 and 2 family residential code, there is no hearing required. It's just a permitting requirement without the hearing.
Does anyone need any? Does anyone have a question? Does anyone have any questions regarding this? Okay, hearing. Hearing none, go on, Grant.
Section 1685, previously located trailers to be retitled previously located manufactured homes. Only amendment here is to retitle trailers manufactured homes, and then to that's it. And then to strike out the last sentence saying that you need a septic tank and all of that. That's already known. It's already in the state building code. So no need to keep that in there.
Any questions regarding this? Hearing none, go ahead, Grant.
Okay, so now we're on to the article that covers trailer parks. So the definitions, section 16-121, definitions are proposed to be crossed out, and the new title of the section would be house trailer and or mobile home parks, probably retitled manufactured home parks, prohibited. Again, the lot sizes would need to be reduced greatly to allow manufactured home parks. So we propose striking out all the definitions and writing in the text that says manufactured home parks shall be prohibited in all zoning districts due to the small lot sizes associated with manufactured home parks being incompatible with the landscape, soils, and sparsely populated and rural character of the town.
Questions on that? Everybody understood that, right? It is not prohibited.
No, it's not
It-
allowed.
It's not, it is
not-
prohibited.
It's, oh,
Okay,
God.
go.
I'm sorry. No, never mind. Go ahead, Grant.
Okay, section 16, 18, I'm all over the place, 122. General requirements for operation of a mobile home or trailer park, cross out the section because it's prohibited.
Mrs. Ryan.
Sure, this is just a housekeeping silly question. When you publish this, okay, will that just won't be there, or will it say section 16-20 122, general requirements for operation of a mobile home or trailer park, removal of section, a manufactured home, will it say that?
It'll just be eliminated, it won't say.
Okay, it won't say anything, because otherwise it still sounds like you're removing the fact that you can't have one. Right. Yeah.
exactly what I thought,
Right.
I read it.
Any other?
We use the same strike and replace method for all of these updates, and every time there's a strike through, it means the text is being gone, it's cut, there's no.
Would that
it's not
number
there
be
anymore.
reserved?
Yeah, it could become reserved,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Hearing none. Continue, Grant.
Section 16, 123, sanitary requirements for operation of mobile home or trailer parks, recommendation to remove that section. Trailer parks are prohibited.
Questions? Hearing none. We continue.
Section 16, 124, registration of mobile homes or trailers. This is under the trailer parks section. Trailer parks are prohibited, so the section is to be removed.
Questions? Go ahead, Grant.
Section 16, 125, existing land and area requirements. Again, this relates to a trailer park, so the proposal is to remove the section.
Questions? Hearing none. Continue, Grant.
Section 16, 126, penalties for violation. The violations pertain to trailer parks. The proposal is to remove the section.
Questions? Hearing none. Go ahead, Grant.
Section 16, 151, required, as in license required. Again, this relates to trailer parks, and the proposal is to remove the section.
Questions? Hearing none. Continue, Grant.
Section 16, 152, application. Again, this is an application for a trailer park, which is no longer, it's not allowed, so the proposal is to remove the section.
Questions? Hearing none. Go ahead, Grant.
Okay, section 18, 1, dumpsters, businesses. So 1248, which was covered at this point a long time ago, but under the same public hearing, states that businesses are required to have dumpsters or similar storage containers. So this section sets forward the standards for dumpsters or similar storage containers. And it says, it's proposed to say, all businesses or firms engaged in commerce are required to use a dumpster or similar storage container for commercial trash removal as set forth in section 1248. The town will not collect any trash at any industrial and or business establishment. The town may collect recycling at an industrial and or business establishment if agreed to pursuant to section 2843 subsection 3, which is an existing ordinance. If not agreed to, the town will not collect any recycling from businesses. Dumpsters shall not be required for businesses conducted as home occupation or for agricultural uses. And the last time this was presented, the first time it was, there were questions about how close the dumpsters would be to abutting properties. And so initially, I think we pulled an example from Johnston, and they had a requirement of 10 feet away from an abutting property. We've moved that back. So on dimensionally conforming lots that are not substandard by area. So on lots dimensionally conforming by area, all dumpsters in all zoning districts that abut a residential zone or any residential use parcel shall be placed a minimum of 35 feet from the front property line and a minimum of 50 feet from the rear and side property lines and the surrounding area of the dumpster or storage container shall be landscaped if applicable. So that just meets the current building envelope. On substandard lots by area, which do not meet the lot area requirement of the underlying zoning district, all dumpsters in all zoning districts that abut a residential zone or any residential use parcel may be moved 1 foot outside of all reduced building setbacks as described in the dimensional requirements of Foster and the substandard lot statute in Rhode Island general law. With the approval of the DPW director, dumpsters abutting commercial zones shall be placed a minimum of 5 feet from the rear and side property lines. Yeah, so that's if it abuts a commercial zone, you could have both. And the surrounding area would be landscaped if applicable. So the way to think about that is if your property is half of 4.59 acres, your setbacks by the substandard lot statute that the state has now adopted reduce those setbacks on the side and the rear to from 50 feet to 25 feet, and from the front from 35 feet to something like 17 and a half feet. So if you have a business on a substandard lot, then you could get approval from the DPW director to place the dumpster or storage container a foot outside of those reduced requirements. Minimum standards, any dumpster used in the town shall meet the following standards. It shall be painted to reasonably be resistant to rust and corrosion. The name and telephone number of the dumpster owner would be located on the dumpster, be written on it. All dumpsters or proper receptacles would be completely enclosed and provided with covers. Covers shall be in place at all times except when depositing garbage or removing the contents from the dumpster or storage container. All dumpsters shall be screened from public view on at least 3 sides by a solid wall, opaque fence, or a vegetative screen, meaning if you already have trees that block the view of the dumpster, you do not need to double screen. The trees are sufficient. The reason that we want to have it screened on 3 sides is so that people whose houses are to the side or the rear of a property are not looking at a dumpster. Screening shall be constructed in a manner to allow inspection and shall be the responsibility of the property owner. No dumpster located within 200 feet of a residential property in any zoning district shall be serviced between the hours of 9 PM and 7 AM. So you have to do it when people aren't sleeping. Any dumpster used in the town needs to be maintained and serviced with the frequency sufficient to prevent spillage from overflow, to prevent the buildup of offensive odors, and to prevent a public hazard. The responsibility for maintenance and servicing of dumpsters shall rest with the owner of the business. The maintenance of dumpsters shall include the cleanup and removal of all litter thrown or left on the dumpster premises to prevent litter from drifting or blowing onto adjacent premises. Any dumpster regularly used to contain decomposable matter or other odor generating waste shall be steam cleaned with disinfectant on a monthly basis. Drain holes shall be maintained to prevent leakage of waste fluids and to prevent entry by rodents. In no event shall any dumpster or dumpster enclosure contain hazardous waste material or material harmful to the surrounding residents. Violations and penalties. This is proposed, I believe, from Johnston. Any person who shall violate any provision of this section or any provision of any rule or regulation adopted pursuant to the authority granted by this section shall, upon enforcement, be subject to a fine of not more than $100 per day for the first offense, not more than $250 per day for the second offense, and not more than $500 per day for any subsequent offenses. And in terms of enforcement, the provisions of this section shall be enforced by the Director of Public Works. That's a lot.
That is. Any questions? Hearing none. Go ahead, Grant.
Section 18.2, recycle receptacles. We don't need to move forward with that section being recommended. It's already covered under Article 2 of Chapter 28.
Thank you. Go ahead, Grant.
And Section 1832, penalty for violation, formerly titled penalty for violation of article, proposed to be titled penalty for violation of chapter authority. So the nuisances chapter, currently Article 1 is reserved. That's where we're proposing section 18.1. And the noise ordinance is under Article 2. The noise ordinance consists of one section that says you can't make a lot of noise. That's basically all it says. The following section says that there's a penalty for violation of Article 2. Again, there is nothing in Article 1. So, since we can't really enforce the noise ordinance, the proposal here, rather than strike out this penalty for violation of article and replace it with a different section, simply amend it to say that the penalty covers the entire chapter of chapter 18, which covers nuisances and is proposed to have dumpsters considered to be a nuisance because waste is a nuisance. So the penalty would be the same as I read in 18.1, which would be not to exceed $100 for the first offense, not to exceed $250 for the second offense, and not to exceed $500 for any subsequent offenses. And the DPW director is responsible for enforcement of that chapter.
Questions? Hearing none, go ahead, Grant.
Section 2435, organization. This is a planning ordinance under chapter 24. So Rhode Island General Law 4522.5 says that the planning board has the authority to enact any rules or regulations that it deems necessary to the conduct of its general operations. So the way I see this ordinance is it's actually a formality, because the planning board could say, we think as the planning board that it's necessary to have a recording secretary in order to have minutes run and the meeting run smoothly and minutes be taken clearly. And really, this ordinance is just putting it in writing that that is the planning board's intent to do so. Like the zoning board has rules for the conduct of its hearings, and I don't believe those are exactly spelled out in anywhere in state law, but the zoning board has the authority to create those rules. Same goes for the planning board. So what's being proposed under this section is that the planning board shall have a recording clerk, secretary, whichever term we want to use, present at its meetings. The recording secretary does not need to be a member of the planning board. And that's the the sentence that's existing in the text actually says what I just explained. The planning board shall adopt any rules and procedures deemed necessary to the performance of the duties prescribed in this article. That's also found in state law.
Questions?
You're not married to the term recording, but.
No. Okay.
Just because a lot of records end up getting recorded, right? In the land evidence record, I just found like pretty. So we just call it.
Agreed.
That was one of my questions. Thank you. Any other questions? Go ahead, Grant.
Okay, I think this is the last one under this hearing. It is.
Yes, it is.
Section 38.3, penalty for violation of chapter. So this comes from the state statute on enforcement of violations under the Zoning Enabling Act. And the way that section reads, it says that the penalty for a violation must reasonably relate to the seriousness of the offense of the zoning violation. So the proposal here is that the fines stay at $100 per day for each offense as it's currently written, until no action has been taken for 2 consecutive weeks after the date of imposition of fine for the first offense. So if the existence of the matter causing repeated violation is still in place for 14 days after that first day, the party in violation shall be fined not more than $500 for each offense, and each day of the existence of any such violation that's gone on for 14 days without any progress shall be deemed to be a separate offense. So that does relate to the seriousness of the offense, because if you're not taking it seriously, it becomes a serious matter.
Thank you. Any questions regarding this? Hearing none, I'm going to do my 3-3. Although anyone that would like to speak in favor of these ordinances? Is there anyone that would like to speak in favor of these ordinances? Is there anyone that would like to speak in favor of these ordinances? Is there anyone that would like to speak in opposition to these ordinances? Is there anyone that would like to speak in opposition to these ordinances? Is there anyone that would like to speak in opposition to these ordinances? Hearing none, I'm closing the public hearing. I will open it up to the council. We may vote on these. If you have any questions, ask them now or forever hold on. Questions?
After we get done with the next public hearing, or we.
You can vote on these right now because this is our,
They're not going forward with that, it's both, I noted the two there like that.
can you turn on your microphone?
Yeah, sure. I did note the two that we can pull because they're not going forward anymore, those are. Section 16-51 and section 2. And then I would also suggest you have looking up to 45 and everything. Keeping our recording, but I'm getting working for it, so it's just up now a recording.
Any questions from the council? So that was going to be one of my questions. I'm sorry, Mrs. Dillon. It does say does not need to be a member, which brings up a budget question because within your budget, you are requesting a clerk for the planning board. So, but should we add something saying dependent on the budget? Although it does say does not need to be a member. So it could be someone hired, but it could be a member of the planning board.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. The current secretary that we have serves as the recording clerk or the clerk, and she is on the planning board. So we probably
Right.
want to get away from that. We would say if we have
But
this,
that's
it would be
also a
something
budget
else.
question. So
It
but
is.
by approving this doesn't necessarily mean that it's part of the budget. Is that what your concern was?
No, I'm saying if he's the recording clerk, he's gonna pay her, it has to be in his budget.
Right, that's what I'm saying is that
So
we have not approved the budget yet. So therefore, are we locking ourselves in to have to approve it in the budget? If it says here, but I'm reading it does not have to be,
but that doesn't.
but then that.
I would suggest that it has to be that the clerk has to not be a member of the planning board. They need to be an
So then
independent
that's a
party.
budget question.
And I would also go as far as to say, because the planning board under state law has the authority to make any rules and regulations that it deems necessary to the conduct of its business, to deny the clerk would be not supporting a board in the town under the power that it's prescribed under state law.
I have a question about that because it's a budgetary question and it locks us into providing that in our budget when we have budget workshops to discuss this. So I don't want to be locked in. You think you have a solution?
Like the word shall. They may have, the planning board may have a clerk opposed to shall. I think we can get around the budget. Workshop. So if you do the may, it opens the door so that should the town have. You can put it in place, but it creates the opportunity. That the planning board thinks is necessary while protecting.
That. Ms. Russ.
But if you put it in there, that they may, and it's not a budgetary concern for them, what's to prevent them from doing it, and then you finding the money, having to find the money regardless?
How can they do it?
Because
It's a state law.
they can do it. No, you're giving them permission to
It's a
do it,
state law that if they deem it necessary, it shall be done.
so.
And it's a pretty small expense.
$500 a year.
No, that's for a grant writer.
That's
So
for the grant
we'd paid I forget what we proposed, but $20 an hour for 2 hours.
$5.
No, 20 bucks an hour for,
$20.
for 2 hours, so that's $40 a meeting, $80 a month.
And. Right, right. I,
That's
yeah.
reasonable.
So,
Okay, $228,000 over the budget. I'm just gonna say that for a lot time today.
I,
You're such a killjoy.
I might. I can't make a motion, but I would accept a motion to remove that section 24-35 organization from this motion so we can have further discussion. It may fit in, it may not, but I think the language, we have to work on that because I do not want to be locked in and I do not want any future council members or councils to be locked in to have to provide. And yes, I know it's not a lot of money, but it's a lot of money.
So moves.
And you have to.
Well, it has to be one or the other.
Right.
Too long. She went the next. bit. That's true.
No, that's just not the motion. The motion would be to theoretically approve as presented and then just list off the motion, the ordinance if you are going forward with. So just leave that.
Okay,
out.
great.
Just like we're leaving
Perfect.
off the other two
Right.
there.
Great.
10-4.
I want to skip these in
Roger
a
that.
few little groups, if that's okay.
Well, any council member have any other questions? I'll entertain a motion.
Oh, I'm gonna do a few at a time.
Yep.
I make a motion to. What are we approving? The recommendation from the planning board for section,
The zoning ordinances.
oh, I'm sorry. The zoning ordinances, section
There's
12.
only one zoning ordinance. It's the last one.
What?
Well,
Say the recommended ordinances from the planning board.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I make a motion to approve the recommendations from the planning board for the following sections. 12-1. 12-48. 16-1 to 16-30. All right, can I just do that little group for now?
Mhm.
I'll make that motion for those.
Second.
No.
I can't just, because I don't want to put these in there.
No, the next one is
Which one?
16.
So you're skipping.
I was gonna,
16-61.
Six-
So you go to 16-81.
yeah, I wanted to. Are you comfortable voting on those? I'm not.
No, we should hold them. Denise, we even talked
Yeah.
about holding them.
So
Yeah.
So you're skipping all the manufacturers.
Yes,
You would jump then from 16.
All right,
to 16.
I'll go down, but there's a couple that I do want to remove. All right, so I was on 16, I did 16-1 to 16-30. And then I'll go to 16-121.
That's still on.
That's still mobile home. So you would go to.
These are the ones that are eliminated. Yeah, the deletions, I thought those were okay.
Okay.
So 16-122, 16-123. 16-124, 16-125, 16-126, 16-151, 16-152. As presented, and I wanted to leave a couple of them out, if that's all right. I don't want to vote on something I'm gonna vote no on as a group. That's the problem with voting on these in a group.
So there is some that you want to say no on.
Mm,
Besides the ones that.
Well, I think you have to make the motion in the affirmative.
You do.
No.
But she doesn't want to vote.
I don't want to vote no on the entirety of it.
So vote on them one at a time and make each motion in the
Okay.
I'm
affirmative.
gonna leave the, I want to leave this,
18-1?
yep,
18-1, is that what you said?
Yeah.
We're leaving that out.
Oh, you're leaving it out. Just-
Yep.
yeah, The last one you put in was 16.152.
right, okay, so I'll just leave these out for now. This is so confusing, there's so many things in here. All right, so we're not
And.
doing that one, I think that's it for these. No, I want to leave that one out. So that would
Who
be
makes
all
the
of.
decision to leave them in or out? Is it a full council
Well,
decision
no,
or is it?
they-
No, because then I'll make a motion in the affirmative to approve them individually.
Got it. So
61.5, the last one.
It was,
16-152
right.
is the last one.
Yep, so
So
Cheryl.
I had motion and Cheryl. David,
think Dave did, but I don't care.
All right.
just discussion. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Moving on to
Okay, I'll make a motion to. I'll make a motion to approve recommendations of the planning board for amendments to section 18-1, 18-32, and 38-3.
what was your motion? So you,
I made a motion to approve the recommendations of the
Okay.
planning board for amendments for those 1, 2, 3.
3, and you skipped 18-2 and 24-35.
Yes, because those are.
Those are the other ones. Okay,
18-2 because the planning board.
They weren't moving
Okay.
forward.
And then
okay. So Heidi made the motion. Did you get them,
I did.
Mrs. Dill? Okay.
Yes, I did.
And who seconded? David? Discussion, Mrs.
I've got discussion. The requirement for dumpsters at all businesses, I totally agree with. I think that some of the requirements are kind of burdensome. I don't know of any dumpster that smells good, so having to sanitize every month, I think is a little bit too much. Screening one that is not visible. I mean, if you've got one that's like right on the road or right where your neighbor is looking at it all the time, I can see that. But if it's behind a building, like there's plenty of businesses behind the buildings, I have a problem with that requirement. The penalty for, this is the section 1832. With the penalty I know I've got it right here. It was $100 for a fine for the noise. The violation of the noise article.
Yeah, but
Nuisances are the same.
the nuisance is all the same, but
It
the
is.
noise, we've established that we really.
Right, right, exactly. But there was that fee and something up to $500 in that one, right? I can't find it right here.
Yeah,
Well-
$100 per day for the
Yep.
first offense, not exceeding $200 per day for the second offense,
Mhm.
and not exceeding $500 per day for any subsequent offenses.
Okay, I think that one's excessive, and 38-3. Now that I had asked when that was first presented, if that was in accordance with state law.
Mhm.
And I realize that it is the state law, but we don't have to follow the state law. And in my opinion, banging somebody $500 a day is just too much. And
Why wouldn't we have to follow the state law? The state law says that the penalty must relate to the seriousness of the offense.
we have our own ordinances, and I don't know, there's a lot of discretion there. I'm just not in favor of giving somebody leeway to charge somebody $500 a day.
Well,
That's my opinion.
After they violated it for however many, yeah, the third
No,
time.
For
Or for,
two-
no,
for 2 weeks.
it doesn't say. It doesn't say 3 times. It says for 14 days.
Yeah, it's on the third violation that.
No, it's
No,
no.
no.
2 weeks without making any.
Okay.
progress
So
would be
that's a
violation.
problem that I have with that one. This,
38-3 is what she's talking about.
yeah, yeah.
Can I ask a question? So we don't have to follow state law? I'm sorry.
So we don't have to follow state law on anything. If the state law says this, we don't have to follow it. Is that correct?
Some things.
For some,
Uh,
State law says you're entitled to fine up to $500 a day, period, regardless, end of story. The for a zoning violation currently, the town only does up to $100 per occurrence. So they could theoretically go up to 500 a day. And that's not what's on the table right here, but the state allows up to $500 a day. You can't exceed the $500 a day, but you don't have to do the $500 a day.
And
Something like this, but not like on the trails. Like
Building, yeah, those are two different, right?
yeah, and the penalty for the violation must reasonably relate to the seriousness of the offense. So
But when you
Take that
say
for what you-
reasonably, it's subjective.
yes, exactly. So you could say $250, you could say 500,
Exactly.
whatever. And the building official does work with people. He doesn't just go crazy issuing fines.
But he's one person. If this is in the ordinance, we,
Yeah, so
somebody
you,
else.
so you should trust the people that you hire.
Yes, we should, but I'm not
But I'd
crazy
also-
about having that.
Also like to add that this town is never, this town has had trouble enforcing any laws, any ordinances. This is all an effort to coordinate and eliminate some chaos in town. Landowners and properties with blight, properties that are nuisances, properties that are in violation. For years, people have gotten away with stuff and we pay attorneys, no offense, lots of money to defend us, to recoup and to enforce the ordinances. I think that these penalty payments are small compared to what we pay.
Go ahead. The number you have in this ordinance is irrelevant. It's gonna depend on the judge that you call, because you don't get the money until the court orders the money and allows the lien until you have the judgment. So,
Until we have the municipal court.
so they can appeal that.
Okay,
They-
fair enough, if they can
so
afford it.
until there's a court order, then it's out. You can leave it out, figure that out, should the judge can let them want to finance. That's.
Thank you.
So do existing businesses with dumpsters get grandfather rights, or do they have to follow this ordinance?
I believe it's upon renewal, you would have to get a dumpster, but I'll have to look into how it's written. The intent is for it to be upon renewal. If I didn't write it that way, then that's what I would propose be amended on the floor.
Because I think the ordinance does say that the town clerk gets proof that the dumpster has been in place.
Yeah, so that might effectively happen.
It's
Yeah.
the DPW director that does the dumpster and the inspections, and then. by the dumpster.
And it's in the ordinance.
Anyway, any other questions? Concerns?
I'm gonna vote in favor of it because we're trying to clean up Route 6 and that is one area. We want to make sure that these things are done.
That's what we do.
And that's what this work is hopefully going to help us attain. So I think if you're asked and you're given the time limit and you know, you probably can work something out with it if you get it done and not pay the fine. So I think there are ways around it. You just got to be willing to work together. But I say this is helping us go forward and doing what we have to do. If we start cutting back everything because of the cost all the time, we're never going to enforce anything. That's my opinion.
And I will say, I try to attend as many planning board meetings, and these were discussed at planning board meetings at great length about the dumpsters. And I remember asking who's responsible for it. And, you know, is it the dumpster company or is it the owner of the business? And I was told it's the owner of the business, that the dumpster people do not come and do that.
Right. They also
I-
don't come and repaint their dumpsters, you know?
Yeah, and I'm kind of prolonging this because I'm trying to make in my own head. And I can see what you're saying. Some dumpsters are behind the businesses. Do you see them? But
Mhm.
then I can think of one that I see when I'm coming down, not down, but I'm in the adjacent parking lot. I
Mhm.
can see the dumpster. I also like the fact that it's covered because we have animals around here.
Most of them.
Yeah, I think they're,
Wild
yeah,
type.
especially if they come from a company, they're covered. They have
So
to-
I think that's an important issue.
Mm.
I have seen a dumpster that's handmade that does
Mm.
not have a cover, and it's a lot easier for the workers to come and
Mhm.
empty it without. So, okay,
But I also think that we've got a provision in that ordinance that allows the discretion.
right,
So I think if a dumpster is in already, I think it's the discretion of the person doing the investigating, whether it's the DPW or the zoning official. If it's hidden, it's hidden. I don't think it's an issue.
I'm going to accept a motion at this time. Oh, you already made the motion. We had the discussion. And so, all in favor? Aye, opposed?
No.
Motion passes. Moving on.
Is there another, so what are we doing with 2435?
So we're gonna take that back and just get a definition.
Okay.
Just to make sure we're clear on the definitions.
So that's continued.
Yeah.
Yes,
mind.
2435 is
Please.
continued. That'd be great. Yep, how about 18-2? I don't have that circled yet.
That's that we pulled it.
Okay, thank you.
Which motion?
So
I'll make a motion to refer the proposed amendment to section 24-35 back to the planning board for revisions.
discussion.
Thank you.
Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. And we are moving on to hearing number 4, which is our second hearing on this because we sent these things back.
Third hearing on this.
Third hearing, yes, third hearing. Because we sent these back to the planning board, so. Grant. Do we have the advertisement for that one? You have that, Grant? It's part of the previous.
It's not on the Valley Breeze. It should be in Sugar Sack.
I didn't see it. It would have been in previous, right, and
It would have been two times ago.
2 times ago, so like the 22nd, I think.
No, I think this would be the 7th or the 8th, whichever the first hearing in February
February.
was.
You have it? Anybody have it?
Oh,
Well,
nobody's issued us. How much? I know, I've been following this.
What was the date we said?
The 7th or the first.
I think it's, yeah,
immediate
the 8th
February.
of February.
That was the first hearing?
Yep.
And you can read it. Turn on your microphone. Oh. Turn on your microphone, Ms. Horst.
Thanks.
The town of Forster, on February 8th, 2024, the Forster Town Council will conduct a public hearing at 6 p.m. at 6 South Gilling Road. Benjamin Eddy Building. On the agenda will be discussion of 9 zoning ordinances. 1, soil erosion and sediment control ordinance, 3 animal ordinances, and 17 business ordinances recommended by the planning board at its November 15th, 2023, December 7th, 2023, and January 3rd, 2024 meetings. The recommendations include amendments to the Forster zoning ordinance, section 38-63, powers and duties, section 38-64, voting, section 38-65, application procedures, section 38-67, decisions and records, section 38-232, existence by variance or special use permit, section 38-359, land development projects, section 38-387, pre-submission conference, section 38-388, contents of site plan, and section 38-467, development not requiring planning board or zoning board approval. The recommendations include amendments to the soil erosion and sediment control ordinance, section 26-121, site plan review fees. The recommendations include amendments to the animals ordinance, section 8-216 classes, section 8-221 fees, and section 8-222 renewal. The recommendations include amendments to the business ordinances, section 12-31, renewal or transfer, section 12-34, license for sale of alcohol, section 12-35, license for entertainment, section 12-36, license for campground, section 12-37, license for hotel motel, section 12-38, license for pawn shop, section 12-39, license for sale of secondhand articles, section 12-40, license for private detective. That's what I'm going to be in my next life.
Me too.
Section 12-41, license for theater. Section 12-42, license for auto repair. Section 12-43, license for preparing food, victualling. Section 12-44, license for automobile junkyard. Section 12-45, license for flea market. Section 12-46, license for retail holiday sales. Section 12-47, and license for gravel banks, natural material processing, stone crushing and sorting, mining and quarrying. Section 12-96, application fee, renewal fee, and section 12-162, license insurance fees, limitations. I gotta bring this down, sorry.
That's it.
Cop, do I have to go read the rest?
Yeah.
Okay. Copies of the proposed amendments, additions, and removals can be found online at www.townofforester.com/planning-department. Copies can also be obtained from the Forster Planning Office during regular business hours. The proposed amendments, additions, and removals may be altered or amended prior to the close of the public hearing without further advertising as a result of further study or because of the views expressed at the public hearing. Any alteration or amendment must be presented for comment in the course of the hearing. Individuals requiring interpreter service must notify the town clerk's office, 401-302-9200, at least 72 hours in advance of the hearing date by order of the council. Clerk.
I will note that we are only discussing section 12-41 license for theater, section 12-47 license for gravel banks, natural material processing, stone crushing and sorting, mining, quarrying, and section 12-162 license issuance fees limitations. That being said, I am opening up the public hearing for these sections. And this is our third public hearing regarding these sections. So the council may or may not vote. Head Grant.
Section 1241, license for theater, we took it back and retitled it license for long-term theater because there was a question of, I think, the Swamp Meadow theater. So basically, this would be saying if you have a long-term use as a theater, the renewal fee and the issuance fee would be $100. I can't remember what the actual fee was. This might have been one that there was no fee. No fee on this. It's proposed to be $100 for the initial issuance and then for each renewal. And I guess a short-term theater would just be an event permit under the amusement section. So this would be only if you have a long-term use as a theater.
Any questions on this? Hearing none. Go ahead, Grant.
Section 1247, license for gravel banks, natural material processing, stone crushing and sorting, mining, quarrying. There is no license for this currently. We're proposing that there be a license for those uses. The initial license for gravel banks, any kind of extractive business would be $100 and would be renewed. Renewal fee can also be $100. The initial license may be issued by the town council upon the condition of grant of a special use permit by the planning board. So special use would be approved conditioned upon the council issuing the license. The planning board's grant of any special use permit for the above uses shall be conditioned upon subsequent grant of a license by the town council. Prior to renewal of the license for the above uses, inspection of the premises shall be made by the zoning enforcement officer to determine that the conditions of the special use permit and of the soil erosion and sediment control plan that were originally filed are being complied with. Following the denial of a license renewal under the section or the expiration or withdrawal of a permit or upon voluntary ending of operations or upon completion of removal in a substantial area, that entire area shall be restored as far as permitted by DEM as follows. All land shall be graded so that no slope exceeds 1 foot vertical rise and 3 feet horizontal distance, so a gradual slope, and shall be graded as to safely provide for drainage without erosion. Subsection A. Subsection 1A is the one that had some questions that the planning board addressed. So for or exceeding 1 foot of rise distance, right? So if you have anything that's like a 2-to-1 or a 3-to-1 slope, all land shall be graded to restore the previously existing natural conditions as closely as possible. So you wouldn't actually have to somehow alter the land so greatly that you had a gradual slope. If you have a really steep slope, you just have to bring it as close to the existing conditions as possible. All boulders larger than a half cubic yard shall be removed, buried, or repurposed for a stone wall. The entire area except exposed ledge rock shall be converted with not less than 4 inches of good quality loam, which shall be planted with cover vegetation adequate to prevent soil erosion using either grasses or ground cover depending on conditions. The performance bond shall not be released until sufficient time has lapsed to ascertain that the vegetation planted has successfully been established and that drainage is satisfactory.
Thank you. That's
it.
Any questions regarding that? Mrs. Ryder, you know the routine.
Lynn Ryder, Burgess Road. Is there anything in there about dynamiting ledge blasting? Well, there's so much ledge in this town, that might be something to consider.
I wonder if because it's munitions, if that's a state requirement that have to be permitted, licenses and certifications.
I
You
would,
just can't blast in your backyard.
right, I understand, but going even toward, you know, kind of not ignoring that, but aside from that, if you have perhaps compromising people's wells, okay, which happens a lot.
I think you have to, I think there's a performance document that says when you are going to attempt to blast, there's all kinds of certifications and sure that there reasonable, reasonable expectation of damage. It's not, I don't think anything to.
I don't know.
And when it comes to blasting it. It's to us to decide.
We've had blasting. We haven't had ordinances and
I
requirements.
know, but I'm just, now we've got maybe, for Foster, more dense population. And, once it screws up your well,
Yeah.
that's it, it's the aquifers. And particularly, I know, where you live and where I live on the hill.
Yeah.
It's
I
tough.
agree. I agree. I just think that it's really out of our hands at the local level when it comes to munitions. I think it's state governed. I think it's governed by other laws.
So this is allowing rock crushing, and what other is, what, it says manufactured materials, what else does that mean?
So these uses are already permitted by special use under our code. They have them ground for material processing, stone crushing and sorting, all of those.
I remember when that property on Mount IKEA it had issues. There were a lot of questions about dust and noise and
Yeah.
all
And
that
those
kind of
were
stuff.
all stipulated in the permitting.
Okay, in the
agreement,
permitting,
the special use permit, that was all addressed within that.
Yeah.
right.
Because I remember the judge ruling was, you will permit, but you have the right to impose some restrictions.
Oh, yeah.
So
Right.
these, we,
Right.
as a zoning board, we impose time restrictions,
Mhm.
noise restrictions, dust restrictions. We really,
Right,
really
right.
did.
Common practice.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
There's usually a long list of conditions. once
But
we approve.
But the judge said you can't deny, because if you try to deny,
Right.
I come back, and you come back before me,
Then there's no.
all your stipulations, and they can do whatever they
You
want.
can always deny a special use.
No, I mean, well, but, okay. Well,
No,
no,
but let's not get-
specific,
Is-
So,
very
we're
specific.
kind of going
But I
back.
think there's
Is-
a lot of restrictions.
No, I was gonna say, is there an ordinance still in place about, excuse me, to resurrect a former,
It was 1 year, if you let the
Right.
license lapse for 1 year,
right,
you had to reapply again, and we don't have gravel beds in town.
okay.
Mhm.
This has nothing,
Right,
I
right,
think that's.
Right.
That's a good word.
right.
Abandoned.
abandoned.
And this has nothing to do with restoration of fire, because we still have the number of those in town.
Yeah, no, I think like Grant, I think what Grant was talking about is what he ran into. We're talking about that person was able to, use this. Sell them and continue. In other words, he was running an operation just trying to beautify and take all those boulders out. Yeah, well, it's a process, so.
Right.
So stone crushing and material processing was a use permitted, especially if you're trying to build a home.
Okay,
I
I know,
don't
no,
know.
don't go there. So, any other questions?
The
No.
intent of this is to avoid those kinds of situations by, once the use ends, you have to restore the
Right.
land to back to what it used to be. Yeah.
We have
Right.
that problem.
So, go ahead, Grant.
Okay, section 12-162 license issuance fees, limitations. The sections that the planning board recommended to edit are the table. Hawkers, peddlers, mobile food establishments, event permits and mass gathering permits. There's currently a minimum and a maximum fee, and the proposal is to only have one fee. Which for a hawker would be $100, previously a minimum of $10 and a maximum of $50. A peddler would be $100, a previous minimum of $10 and maximum of $50. A mobile food establishment, the minimum fee was $25, the maximum fee was $50 for one, $25 for two or more. And so the only recommendation here is to remove the minimum fee and keep the $50 fee for one and $25 fee for two or more. An event permit, minimum fee is $75 and the maximum fee is $300. The proposal there is to keep the maximum fee as the fee, which would be $300, and the event permit and mass gathering permit. We would strike out event permit and mass gathering permit. You would just get the mass gathering permit. Probably would also have to have the event permit, but the minimum fee was $100. The maximum fee was $300. The proposals for the fee to be $300 for a mass gathering permit. And ultimately, I think we should wait on this until we hear the subsection F3 that Julie has proposed for a second time, when we'd be eligible to vote on everything at once.
On that
That's fine.
one particular section.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions on that?
They're
Going
we're
to,
holding off on all these three.
no, just on the section
Well,
of 162. So I'm gonna do my 3-3. Anyone who would like to speak in favor of these ordinances? Anyone that would like to speak in favor of these ordinances? Anyone that would like to approve these ordinances? Anyone that would like to speak in opposition? Anyone that would like to speak in opposition? Anyone that would like to speak in opposition? If none, I'm going to close the public hearing. I'll open it up to the council. Any questions or concerns on these ordinances? It was recommended by the planner that we withhold section 12-162 license issuance fees limitations because we're looking at the mass gathering.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve the planning board's recommendation to amend section 12-41, license for theater, and section 12-47, license for gravel banks as presented.
Second.
Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That
Should I-
concludes our-
Should I make a motion to send this back, or do we not need to address that one right now?
Oh, you're not sending it back. You're just holding it
Or-
because I'm doing another.
Okay,
section
all right.
in that ordinance, and you'll just vote
Okay.
on that ordinance.
Great.
So moving on.
Thank you, Grant.
Yes, thank you,
Yes,
Grant.
thank you.
And thank you, everybody, for sitting here and
Grant,
being part of this.
We should do one
Oh,
hearing for all of the 2024 legislative.
I'm not sure I can do that.
Well, we can make it a weekend sleepover and get a mass
I'm
gathering.
not
permit
sure.
oh,
And a
I was
food
gonna say,
truck
how many more of these can we expect at meetings? A lot more?
next year, start all over again. Oh, I won't.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to start all over again. I'm saying the best way to do it is I work with Joanna on the zoning and subdivision ordinances, and we bring them all at once with Joanna's approval to make this a little.
Are there
more simple
hundreds?
process. No, there won't be as many as last year, but I think there'll still be a lot.
I'm not sure. I think we had to discuss that because I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Or we not do it on a budget workshop night.
We'll have people sleeping.
And we could definitely have a weekend.
Okay, so
I need some.
I'm going to move on to old business. We have the police station update. So we had a meeting Monday night. We did receive a proposed, because as you know, we sent it back to the architect to redo, to shrink the cost of the police building. And they came back with a bill of $270,000. Is that correct? That's what
Yep.
it was, 270,000. And when I say it, it astounds me. So, after much discussion, it was decided that, the chair, Joe Walsh, would reach out to the architect and, well, I'll just read what he wrote. So the chair, Mr. Walsh, spoke with the architect for a good amount of time. This was Tuesday. He explained the predicament that they should already know about in regards to the amount of money that we have allocated. I told them I'm reading this as Joe, told them we need all options on the table to try to make this project work. That could include ending our contract with them and trying to find a less detail-oriented firm that fits better with our budget. I asked to provide a figure that would settle any outstanding fees for services performed. So not the 270,000. I also asked for their position on the plans. Are they okay with us using them if we are working with another firm? Would there be a fee? Was to own the work. They did not give any indication on that. Joe's guess is that they will provide a breakdown of what we owe, and there will be a clause on the plan ownership. Either a fee to purchase the rights or a remainder that we do not own them. He did tell them that the decision going forward may still be to stay with them, but we need to know all our options to keep the costs down and the schedule accelerated. So that's where it stands now. We're waiting to hear from them as to what and different options that we can go to keep the costs down. So it's a ongoing, yes, and how we move forward with this. Personally, it's very discouraging.
Yeah.
But-
It is discouraging. I have a simple question, and I don't know if we can answer it, but. How much did they? Well,
Over a couple hundred.
okay, so let's say we paid them 250,000 so far for plans that went out to bid. I think we own those plans because we bought them.
No,
It was 375,000.
no.
We, it says that it's theirs, but
It-
those aren't the plans that we want to use now. That's why we redesigned. So for them to redesign is going to be another $270,000.
There's a little disclaimer fee on the bottom.
Yes.
Thing on the bottom that
Which
says.
Julia had looked into.
own them.
We don't own them.
Okay.
They do.
It's a line item in the contract that they maintain ownership and copyright rights to.
Okay.
So that's where we stand. It will be on the agenda next time. Let's move on. Urgent request address correction. We received this from Mr. Rathman. Would somebody like to read it, or I have it here in front of me?
I don't care.
I'm trying to get that.
Go ahead, Cheryl. You have it available?
Yeah, I think this is the one. Did you only send one? Dear members of the Foster Town Council, I trust this correspondence. Is this it?
Yeah.
Reaches you in good health and high spirits. I am writing to express a
not.
critical concern that directly impacts the safety and well-being of our community. It has been observed that a significant number of residents within our town are misaddressed, presenting a considerable risk of delaying emergency response services in times of crisis. The precision of residential addresses is paramount for the swift and accurate deployment of emergency services, including fire, police, and medical teams. In emergency scenarios where every second counts, any delay attributes to address inaccuracies can escalate into life-threatening situations. It is with this in mind that I respectfully urge the council to initiate a comprehensive readdressing project to rectify these discrepancies. Implementing such a corrective measure would not only expedite emergency response time, but also stand as a testament to the council's dedication to ensuring the safety and security of its constituents. Nice throwing it back at us. While acknowledging the potential challenges and resources required for this undertaking, I firmly believe that the long-term benefits, including enhanced public safety and trust in local governments, will significantly surpass the initial investment. I appreciate the council's attention to this matter and am readily available to further discuss the proposal or contribute towards the facilitation of this critical initiative. Your prompt and positive action in response to this issue would greatly contribute to the safety and peace of mind of all residents within our community. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, David Rathman, President, South Foster Volunteer Fire Company. Having been at that Can I speak?
Yes, please.
Having been at that engineering meeting that night with David, all three Foster fire stations and the EMS, right?
Mhm.
They were there. Expressed their hopes that we will do something to rectify this. And there is a simple solution, and I'm gonna let the man that said he will clarify things speak. It
Come on
doesn't
up.
have to cost a lot of money. Yes, Big Mouth, you did.
Come on up, state your name and address, please.
I don't want you to have
You need
sat
to
here
turn
for
it
all
on.
this time.
You need to turn it on. Push the button.
No, you're gonna hold
There you
it.
go. Yep. Good job. State your name and address and
Dave
what
Rathman,
your role
Hartford
is
Pike.
here. What is your role tonight?
I'm representing the engineering board now.
So what's your
what's the-
simple solution?
What's your question?
You,
We get all the.
Addressing the number.
Oh,
the
yeah.
addresses that put numbers on the house.
Well, I mean, it's not really complicated. I think we need one of our full-time town employees to patrol the roads and make note of the ones that are mislabeled and bring them in front of the council or in front of the zoning. Who would be in charge of the numbering? You?
no. That would be my question is who
Who
gives them?
actually will hand out the numbers now?
2017, the police did it, for up to 2017, I think it was, or 18.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in 2017 or 18, the police did it up to that point, then we took over.
Why?
It was just easy for us to do it
Who
because,
determined that though? Who decided that?
listen, I don't know. It was
Oh,
Sue,
oh,
it was
okay,
Sue Boucher,
so-
who is the clerk of the assessor's office and the building office.
Who fixes it now?
I don't know how
In
you
town hall.
fix it. This has gone
No,
on
who
for
picks
a
it?
very long time. Oh, who picks it? Now when we have a new house that's built and say it's between, we already have 78 and we already have 79, and then it could be 92, 92A. But what happened to 90? It's not there. And now they're gonna build in 90. So that's a problem. But David, it's not that easy because when you say we can change things over from years ago, people's deeds, all their information is to their address. I don't know if that is like something that can be done like easily.
I know.
Oh, okay.
We're not asking to change the people, they're not asking to change the people's addresses. They're asking to label their houses out front with the proper numbers. So they're not asking because that would be crazy. You're absolutely right. People would go
It
ballistic.
would cost people a lot of money.
Right.
You need something else.
Am I right, David?
No.
No.
That's what they said at the board. I asked it twice.
And you were told, no,
I was not.
they have
told
to
no.
change
Right,
the
what-
physical
Ms.
address
Paxton,
of
What's your,
the home. They have to change the physical address of the home. You have to.
okay, so
Then going forward, there's properties that are subdivided.
This,
There are properties that are huge properties, now they're subdivided. And that number's already been taken. You don't know if that property's, that's the problem.
but
And lower, they skip numbers.
So
Obviously for this.
Well,
one.
I don't know. That's not how they did it years ago. So we're trying
I
to
think
do
if
the best we
have a-
can.
If we have a residence lot, if we have a,
don't turn it off. Okay.
if we have a large property like Sue's alluding to, I think what we're looking for is signage that'll say 140, 148, 148, 146. That whoever the public official is or the fire responding, at least some signage that says.
you want us to stop and read the sign?
No, but I mean, well, you're asking for signage anyway.
But you want us to stop and look at a list of
No,
signs
no,
at the end of a
No,
road?
no, I'm not
no.
asking for that, but I'm saying that we assign A, B, C, D to make
Correct.
this up.
We've assigned halves, 0.5s. I mean, it's terrible. Before us, before it could take, it's just
That.
crazy.
Mm.
But But
There's A and a half.
what David's asking is, we have to come up with a plan to make, we can't have 92, 170. There's gotta be a
And then-
format.
88 past that,
Yeah,
because
that's
if
the
you go down
problem.
over
Right.
to
That
the
is the
valley,
problem.
as,
Right.
as you
We can't
are
have
aware.
That's on Barb's
And-
Hill Road, that,
Right.
that
Barb's Hill.
situation where the,
Well, even on my road,
you know,
it's
that's the
not
thing.
in sequential
Right.
order.
Mm,
It skips over. Chief,
Please.
I'm talking as the chief and as a resident, and we talked about.
we're gonna give it back to you.
No, I don't want it.
We,
uh,
it was messed up before that.
I'm at 94 and a half,
Mhm.
Gloucester Center Road, but we had this discussion some weeks ago, if you
Yes.
remember,
Yeah.
about the visibility of house numbers. And yes, but from what I was told, and I can correct me now, because what I was told was that when Mr. Smith, the guy from Barrington, decides he wants to live in Foster and he's built a home on Moosup Valley Road, he goes into the town hall and says, you know, my mother was born in 1939. And 39 is not taken on that road. I want to be 39. And it's been issued. Stand by, because this is what I was told by 2 fire chiefs. That somebody in town hall, and I don't know who, it says, hotel.
That's why it happens.
And these people have been given these house numbers that are not in sequential order. And I do absolutely agree 100%. We talked about this some meetings ago, that people are not visible.
You're not
So
marking
then-
boxes or anything.
No, and I agree with Mr. Rathman. You can't get to the bottom of the hill. If there's 4 things and if there's 4 houses in a compound, you're not gonna go A, B. Somebody's life is and you're going at an emergency. You're not taking a spin through. So they have to be clearly marked, but just correct me if I'm wrong. And I'm not saying I'm wrong or you guys are wrong or it hasn't happened, but what I was told was the new houses that are going up, the people are actually numbering them themselves. And that they're being okayed by someone in the council or some people in the council.
I'd like to say that doesn't matter.
It does matter if you have 100 and then you have 106.
This point going forward, clearly they're gonna initiate a policy and clearly we're gonna renumber houses the way they need to be.
Well, that's it.
No,
Yeah,
no.
yeah. So, I agree. So now going forward, if you have 100, 110, 101, that can't happen anymore. Those houses are already established.
So. And I understand, I'm sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead, so I'm gonna use my house as an example.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yours is a good example.
My house is wrong. My house is wrong. I have, my address is 109 Central Pike. That's my mailing address. But when I had a mortgage, they had it as 110 Central Pike. My newspaper, Providence Journal, has it as 110 Central Pike. When I switched insurance companies, they went into town hall to find out my house, et cetera. In town hall, it's listed as 110 Central Pike. The insurance company went out to look at my house at 110 Central Pike. It's not my house, it's the barn across the street from me.
Well, that's what I was gonna ask. Are you
And
getting all of your mail? Are you?
Yes, I
getting your
get all my
paper?
mail because my mailing address is 109 Central Pike. But everything else in the world is 110. So when I found out about this is when we were changing insurance companies
Mhm.
and they went to 110 and they said, heck, no, we're not insuring that.
That old barn.
Because, and so my insurance agent called and said, I've been to your house. What happened? You know, but it was because it's 110. So I think it can be changed and you can keep your 110, everything else. You just have to remember that when you call 911, my address is 110 because that's what it is and I.
Yeah.
Right, and well, my kids, when my kids were when my kids were growing up, they knew my mailing address is 109, but if I have to call 911, it's 110.
Right,
So-
and that's all well and good if you have your wits about you.
Right.
But if things are going south quick and you have somebody in your arms that's dying, and I understand the whole deed thing, and it's almost impossible to the paper trail that it would create and the mess that it would create. But going forward, I don't know how they're gonna fix, I don't know how you guys are gonna fix it or what we can do. I think we need to brainstorm and think of a plan, but at the very, very least, have them really clear. And remember, we were gonna put something in the paper when we.
They did.
We do it
About every year.
No, we do it more, we've been doing.
Yeah, but wasn't it like, kind of like a
But it's not
wasn't it kind
mandatory
of like a,
That they buy those signs. But it's not mandatory that-
But when
right.
people come in, like new people, they always say, I'd like that, and they get it. We've had a lot of sales, in fact, we just had to repurchase more. So
but when we were gonna put it in the paper, it was gonna be more of a, that kind of thing. It was gonna be more like, because of the police and fire and EMS problems
do
that I
that.
can't see, we did do that? 'Cause I
Mrs.
didn't,
Dillon did that on
You
the
did it?
back page of,
we did the back page, we also did it in using notices.
oh, good,
Now
okay,
you can see it in 3 different places.
Good,
Everything's that same.
yeah, I didn't realize that.
You have to
So-
remember, the foster home journey was not the only answer for stuff.
right.
And unfortunately, that's the only place we advertise locally, but
No, it's not.
a lot of people take those things and just go right to.
So going forward, we have to consider about how we're gonna fix what's already been done. But
Would it
moving
be-
forward,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
but moving forward, so now we get a new house coming in. You're talking about years ago, Mr. Hawes is the one who gave me my address at RR1 box 43B. The post office was the one that gave the address.
Right.
But that doesn't help with the permits.
Okay, so going
Once
forward,
you get the electrical, you know how you have to have a number.
that's right.
And that's where you get
Right.
it. When you get a building.
Right.
You need to have your number.
So let's come to a conclusion. Let's come to a resolution right now. I mean,
I have one suggestion
How-
and I don't know if this is even doable. I know we only have 4,500 residents. We're not Providence. Is there a possibility? Now, I agree, the Foster Home Journal, I don't have time to read it half the time. It sits and then I realize it's old and it goes south. I didn't even know you put the thing in there. But
News and notices though, it's on, and I have.
But what about a mailing, like a single page mailing to the resident? Something, bold print in red saying something about just,
Included in that.
We have that for our new residents.
how about present residents, like,
We're
So,
gonna be mailing
like-
something, hold that thought.
that, due to some emergencies that have been catastrophic or unable to be found, please ensure that you're marking your mailboxes very clearly. If you are not, there could be fines imposed. Something to wake everybody up.
It's too bad the tax bills, well, the tax bills, it would be a good time to put something, so it reaches,
This state exemption, which is coming up,
yeah.
I was thinking we pretty much have to apply everybody, because they're going to have to apply. It's gonna be worth them.
I'm just saying, if there's something going out in the mail,
Right,
like
right,
already,
right,
then.
yeah.
but I have another concern.
Oh, you were talking before, so.
I have one other concern I want to come to a resolution right now. Who's issuing the numbers officially going forward? How are the numbers being chosen? Some people say poll numbers, some people pick their mom's birthdays. We have to have a process going forward that everyone agrees
I
on.
don't know. And you said it, we should.
They stopped it because they got so many complaints. This was I was here then and I had nothing to do with this. But they had so many complaints about how they were doing it. They're like, you want to do it, because problems that you're saying. Yeah. So, it's not the residents assigning these, ones that started it, but we had more consistent staff in the town hall, and they had to do it. So that started.
We have to have a
So-
plan going
Right.
forward.
So, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. There's a million communities that do this every day. We have to find the proper model, see if it fits for us and adopt it.
You have to fix the problem that's out there.
Well, that's
Right.
another, that's a whole other issue.
That's the whole call that we are asking for. What you do tomorrow, in a sense, isn't my concern.
Well, it is ours though. It's only gonna perpetuate the problem every day going forward.
But I need to know when I get to that road, that it's 30,
Okay,
22, 30, 28.
understood, but
What are you gonna do about
we
it?
have to, again, we're gonna have to look into who's done this before and what's the proper steps to take if we're gonna change things. Now, I don't know if you can, but I'm saying, somebody, we should get counsel on how it's done.
Yes.
Yes, you do.
We have to
You
keep
wanna
you
know-
awake.
You know what, Lynn,
Good
just
for the
stay up, just
circulation,
stay up.
but it's not.
Just stay up.
When a piece of property is sold, obviously there is some kind of a number. I mean, you've got to have an address. Who gives you that number?
That's a plat number and a plat and lot number.
Yeah,
So-
house there.
There's no,
You have no idea how many.
You're talking about-
well, I know there are lots.
Zero,
of
until they're,
zeros.
right, until they're sold.
But when the bank is making out a mortgage, they don't put zero something
No.
or other. They put plat and lot.
Parcel ID.
And your land description, the
Mm.
full land description, that's right. The exhibit.
Well, I'm just saying, David, I'm not giving up my 20. What's it? Definitely.
Comment? Please. Just to throw another monkey in the wrench, I'm not sure how many of you are aware that we have a new road in town called Old Hartford Pike. It's Route 101. It's all of Route 101. Not all of Route 101 has them. Route 101 is Hartford Pike.
Okay.
Mail now comes to 28 Old Hartford Pike.
When did that start?
Where's that?
My house on Hartford Pike. The name has been changed on maps. Google Maps and Apple Maps call it Old Hartford Pike. My mail comes to Old Hartford Pike now. Now,
Yeah.
my billing address,
Cause that's a state road.
it's, look it up on your phone. It's like, no, no.
It is a state road.
It is a state road, correct, but the 911, they have no info that that the road has been changed. It's been done by Google and Apple.
Uh-huh.
And if you look you look on your phone app right now, when you type in, my address is 28 Hartford Pike, North Situate. If you type in 28 Hartford Pike, it brings you to the Cindy's Diner. That's 28 Hartford Pike. I get deliveries that show up there, Mercedes from across the street. They bring gravel to behind Cindy's Diner and they call me and they go, where the hell are you?
That's two different towns.
It's Situate.
Exactly.
Situate versus North Situate. It's still the same.
Come up, go ahead. You know that.
And our-
Thanks, Dave.
So the first one about Google and Apple, I would say that Google and Apple, I don't know where they're pulling from, but we should go with, like, what does the post office call
Exactly.
Hartford Pike right now?
But my mail comes to 28 Old Hartford Pike. It's written on the address from my credit card.
Has it always come to 28 Old Hartford Pike? So we should ask the post office when they changed it. And why? All right, so that, I guess that's that. And I have a couple of questions. Some of them might be stupid, but it sounds like there are a couple of issues here. One, absolutely are not clearly marked in some cases.
Right, right.
Exactly.
Is there anything in the building code that says how large the numbers need to be?
There should be a.
I don't think there is.
I think it is, there's a standard out there, but I'm not sure if it's actually written.
Those blue things that we put up? Yeah.
Standard across.
Yeah.
everything.
Like the letters should be certain height, certain width,
Right.
visible.
Right.
Yeah, so we
Right, so
Fi-
I see
finding
it
that
in
regulation,
your
that,
life.
that wouldn't be an ordinance, I don't think. It would just be, okay, this is what the state code says, or this code follow it.
All right,
So wrong numbers, so to speak. How do we figure out what is wrong and what is right? Do we go with the assessor's record and make everyone who has wrong numbers say, okay, you will have been going by the wrong number for however long, the assessor's card has this? Would that be a solution?
Well,
What's there?
So if Denise is at, like, if I click on GIS, it that pulls from CAMA, which is the assessor's data, it shows as 110, correct?
right.
Okay, so is that what is
I'm
considered,
not-
is that what's considered correct? 110 because it's on the assessor's card, is that correct?
109 is correct.
Well, what
Let me
if-
check it.
What about what the post office says? Does the post office
109.
say, David, on like, you said Bob's Hill Road is screwed up?
Yeah.
He was saying that, Paul was saying that the other night. Does the post office go by what is screwed up, or do they go by another number that should be there? Cause the post office used to use polls.
Right.
That was what they gave you for your address.
Right.
That's how I got my address. So
I think the post office gets the initiative from the resident, because I know I could develop a new piece of property next to my house and call it 140C.
Your central place, right?
And I could go to the post office and get an address.
I
They'll
know,
give me an
that's what I've been
address,
saying.
140C.
Yeah.
That's what I've been saying.
So Denise's mailing address is 109 and the assessor's card is 110. Would it be worthwhile to talk to the post office about changing things to the assessor's card or changing the assessor's card to what the post office has?
So there is a 110, but Lavon. So now what do we do with that? Because, okay, we change me to 110. What happens to?
That
110?
becomes 110. One of them becomes 110A.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
wow.
And I'm just getting into the A's and B's, okay? So there's other problems too, it seems like. So if you have a subdivision on a lot that has a current residence, it seems like instead of giving an entirely new number, which again might be taken, the better option would be, say, I lived on 1 Danielson Pike and I subdivided and there was a 2 Danielson Pike. The next house should be 1A Danielson Pike. If there was already a 1A Danielson Pike, it could become 1B.
That's right.
Okay, so
All right.
so if you have a subdivision without an existing house, then it gets kind of tricky. So you would say, if you're gonna build a house on a vacant lot and then subdivide another house, it would almost have to go sequentially because the old system was based on the pole number. So say I lived at, again, 1 Danielson Pike, so it was pole 1. And so then, I guess there would be, a 1 Danielson Pike near where the pole was. So I guess I don't live at Danielson Pike. I live at 0 Danielson Pike because I don't have a house. It's a subdivision without an existing residence. So pole 1 is house 1, then sequentially you would have to go to the next available number based on the pole, and there's no real good way of doing that. Maybe you would just say that whatever open number was available, you would start with that number.
Look, if you were at 1 and 2 was the next house, say a quarter mile away, and somebody built in between, that would probably become 1A.
Okay,
Not another number thrown in there.
yeah, and I think
right,
that makes
right.
sense.
Yeah,
Right.
and that's a good point, because that's a good point, because
Right.
if you're a quarter mile away,
Right.
the whole number's not gonna be the same.
So I'm, my head is throbbing.
Yeah, mine too.
So, and we're not gonna settle this tonight.
David wants to.
I understand
We need examples.
going forward.
Going forward, you guys have got to set a policy. He can figure it out, zoning can figure it out, you all can figure it out.
So,
What are we gonna do about Bob Hill? When I go down the road and there's 28, and then there's 26, and then there's 30, and then there's 24. What are we gonna do about that? That's what
I-
And your house.
right,
We go to 110.
that's why I,
Find it, but
But that's why I stand at the end of my driveway with the flashlight
If you're-
going like this.
If you're able. If
Right.
if you're flat on the floor, you're not able to do that. You're not able to say, hey, 911, I'm actually at 109, not 110. We're talking critical seconds here. People's lives could be.
So
You guys gotta figure something out.
you said you had a solution.
I think you have to renumber them sequentially.
That didn't happen.
I don't see how you can't. That's the way the rest of the world is.
Well, the rest of the world might be correct, but I don't think they're correcting it. I don't think it's that easy. They're legal documents.
I attended 3 months worth of meetings over a red light.
There's all kinds of legal
Can you see
documents.
that, Pat? Can you see that?
Yeah, you want to see you come out with their pitchforks.
Oh, no doubt. That's true. I agree, right? I
Well-
agree.
I mean, I don't
And
disagree with what he said,
I understand what you're saying and I understand the urgency of it.
We just have to come up with a plan on how to fix it.
It has to.
I just
We
think
have
we're gonna
to.
have to see who's come up with the same.
And we have
issue
to come up
before
with
and
it.
fix it.
You have to come up with it quickly.
I mean, if critical, if you were to start it all over again, it would be a massive undertaking, but is it necessary because of how bad the problem is that we?
Oh,
I
yeah,
know
because
that,
there are some,
Sounds pretty significant.
Well,
Even if you were to talk
maybe
the
to
assessor,
Dave's
she would
point,
say your
there are some that
problem
are
is
wrong, but they're not life
That said, I
threatening
don't-
as
I
bad.
don't see
But
this
there are
as a
some that are
problem.
really bad, where you've got 10, 20, 130, 40, and it's just sequentially way out of whack.
If we took the ones that were terrible, like the worst roads.
Right.
Say Barb's Hill Road is the
Yeah,
worst
okay.
road. Then maybe we could say, all right, if it's a north to south running road, the south end of the street will be lower numbers gradually
Right.
going up to the north end. And
That's how you would think it, yeah.
west, you could say, well, I guess if the Connecticut border is closer to the west, you could say that's the lower numbers. Then going east is higher,
So-
whichever way you want to do it.
Do, Dave,
Yeah.
do the departments, fire departments, the rescues, know where the roads are? I know Bob's Hill is a big one. I know it's not a big one, but on my road that it's Miss Spears Path. Do you know which ones they are and we can focus on those?
Back the bad one, real bad ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you do.
One of the problems on Bob's Hill Road might be that you go this way, it's Foster, you come from this way,
Right.
coming through Coventry. So I don't know if that screws up the number because it doesn't in Situate.
But. Again, yeah, what are we doing going forward? What are you gonna do to fix the problem?
Well, forward, I think is easy. I think that can be fixed,
Well,
right?
like that's-
I think
I-
Cheryl, you probably have a good point. They may have a Coventry mailing address,
But live in Foster.
but live in Foster,
Exactly.
that yeah,
Right.
right.
Well, Situate,
I had the same thing in Boston. I lived on the road, I had 02857. Can you guys, in a reasonable amount of time, can you guys just give us an idea what really, do we address the real horror?
No, no, what I'm thinking, no,
We don't have to.
no, I don't want you, I didn't, if you can tell us some of your hot spots that you know, not just the road, not the numbers, and then maybe we can send
the police might
DPW
know
or the
too.
police, right, where they're. Well, I'm just saying, but you know, no, but I'm just saying. But Dave, I'm just saying. I'm saying, Dave, you know that like Barb's Hill, Spears Path, you know what roads they're on, not what the numbers are, and you know where some of the problem areas are. If you could just get us that, and then we'll determine who's gonna go out and look. I agree. I agree that it should not be up to the five. Please tell us what roads are hot spots. Thank you. Moving on.
Just because I have two brand new kids. So, you know, it's hard enough.
And you might- You might know, Chief
Some of them.
Lindell, you might know some of the hot spots,
Mhm.
some of
I
your,
think the guys would probably know
Right.
better than me,
right,
but I think it's important for the-
yes, there'd be communication between the two.
The new guys that.
Yep.
No idea why they're around here.
Okay, so I'm going to move on to the Forster Center Volunteer Fire Company Cell Tower lease. And Julia, turn on your microphone.
So we have the amendment. Highlight. So it's an extension of the already existing lease with Foster Center Volunteer Fire Company. It will be extended an additional 40 years to October 22nd, 2082. And it includes, they accepted the language that should Foster Center voluntarily dissolve, merge, or transfer substantially all of its assets, all of its rights, interests, obligations, whatever, elsewhere, then the town will take over any assignable sublease. The sublease with MCM is an assignable sublease and would take over all rights, responsibilities, or obligations associated with that. Relative to this lease process. With respect to compensation. Taking that compensation, that compensation will be a property litigation every payment or permission for the town to take a look at records. And then any compensation that's direct from any private apparatus structure. Any type of thing on the property in which they lease from the town. Then the parties agree to divide and share such compensation equally, so. And takes it. And then, there was just the last paragraph is kind of something with the procedure, so that's been explained to me, I believe. Also, would agree with it. That whether it's part, we're not sure if it's part of the annual budget allocation or if it's a separate payment that's made, the town already pays for the insurance, so that's just put in the. That's part of the budget. Yeah. So, just wasn't sure if it was to the insurer, if it was part of the operation, but this just codifies that she will continue to keep it. And then the remaining paragraphs are just administrative, that this amendment can be modified unless it's done by writing some parties. That it's binding on the I'm not sure how much. Et cetera, and then it's effective once this is signed by both parties and.
So do we need a motion to approve that? Yes, and then go ahead and then. What percentage already approved?
I'll make a motion to approve the agreement between Foster Center Volunteer Fire Company, cell tower lease agreement, amendment, sorry, that's there. Okay.
Discussion? Just that Foster Center has already agreed to this site. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
And then Mrs. Doran, you have, here we go. And then I will send it off to Foster Center in the morning.
I have a copy of it this time, fully executed, please.
She has her stamp, so I'm passing it down.
Yeah.
to-
Mrs. Dillon's gonna notarize it, because they have notary clauses and such, as this for this one.
Okay, moving on. Budget workshop. We've missed a couple of budget workshops, so I'm hoping to schedule 2 more. Kelly and I looked at some dates. We're looking at next Thursday, the 21st, starting at 6, not 4:30. And the 23rd, which is the Saturday, a week from this Saturday, starting at 9:30, I think we said.
9:30.
What's the first date you
The
said?
21st?
That's Thursday.
That's a week from today.
And that's at 6.
At 6.
21st.
At 6, not 4:30.
And then what was the other date?
I'm sorry, I do. I think she had hers on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, but I think you could hear me.
We're gonna have Thursday.
Thursday, the 21st at 6 and Saturday, the 23rd at 9:30. Does that work for everybody?
I can't do 9:30,
What time can you do?
10.
Somebody has a birthday party. Does that 10 o'clock work all right for you? If we say just 10 to 12?
It's not gonna be that day, so it's work fun.
Okay.
The next one.
All right, so if we do the 21st at 6 and the 23rd at 10. And I had already checked with Mr. Stone. He said it was all right with him. Are we all set?
Agree 21 at 6.
Yeah.
And, okay.
3:23 at 10.
The public hearing is scheduled and advertised for 3/28.
Right. So
At 7?
6.
6. Sorry, yes. Could you come forward and state your name and address, please?
Well, actually, I'm just curious, if you're on the old business, the new business with the 4-H. and our business-
Why didn't you tell me that's why you were here? We would have moved you up. Oh, I'm sorry. We would have moved you up. Honestly, we moved oh my God.
Wow,
You are so good. She,
You learned a lot tonight.
we're gonna, all right.
She gets pie.
Were we
She does.
entertaining?
So, all right, so let me just finish this one thing and then we'll move on. I'm sorry. And you know, I've been looking at you saying, this lady's, well, yeah, I'm like, boy, she's good. I wonder why she's here.
She's here for the pizza.
No deposit.
what-
All the pie.
budget workshop, so could we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to schedule budget workshops for March 21st at 6 p.m. Thursday and Saturday, March 23rd at 10 a.m.
Second,
Discussion, hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so I will entertain, I am so sorry. I will entertain a motion to move items 4 and 5 under new business to this point in time.
second. See? we're
Okay, so if you could
We're
come
excited.
forward, thank you. So, campers,
We didn't vote. We asked to vote.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed, thank you. I'm just so anxious. Well, I'm so anxious, this poor lady's been sitting here. Oh, my God. Could you state your name and? Oh,
And
and your name is? You're talking about at Foster Old Home Days.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, so, so I'm wondering if one camper, I don't think anybody, I don't have.
You heard that whole discussion.
So we're just trying to figure out how, if there's any other space available. Campers, where people would.
When I met with Maggie
Yes.
and she. They're evidently using in space now, in like, you had. At least. The other acreage. Would have to be an agenda item. We had the property that we purchased, you know, the property that we purchased next to the Ben Eddy building, clearing more property, more land there to enable more property. This is something that so. I guess, is it? Spend some time, but they initially wanted to park on the fairgrounds. There's no space on the fairgrounds. And that would actually be fine.
What I mean, even trying to, I feel.
I get you.
So what exactly are you looking for?
A place to park campers.
But not there.
Like they Foster Old Home Days.
So far.
I thought it was too, and so Chris Stone. Right. So because he does parking during the fair, so would it be easier? He's not here tonight.
Right.
And I'm not even sure he could discuss it.
Why not just bring the campers in after everybody leaves and then they have to be out by a certain time in the morning?
That's a pain. And that's.
No, but could you dedicate an area of?
We're not in charge of the Old Home Days.
You know, there's no room up there.
Yeah.
I know, so here's some of the issues is that 4-H.
Right.
Right.
It's just, you know, I think that. You know, with the dairy cows, well, they have to be milked. And,
Right.
you know, these cows, they have to be, and it's not that other people won't do it, but when you have a family of 5 and 3 of your kids are showing and you're traveling forth from North Kingstown, you know, it's a haul.
Mhm.
I'm not.
I'll take anything. No, I don't know. They're right across the street. That's not that's a street, that's a town, state. So, So, because I don't know that we have a location.
I know. Yeah, and I don't think there would be that many campers, it's more the people.
You said
like-
8 to 10?
Right, and so like, for me, I'm the poultry super, but I'm going home to sleep in my bed at night, I'm not camping. Just kidding.
We?
This is one that has a lot of experience and you'll do.
The concern, like, it's more of the kids being able to be there, because realistically. 4-H, they are supposed to be taking care of their
Right.
own animals, the adults are not supposed to be doing it, those kids are supposed to be doing it. So we understand it can't be for every, but like for poultry, I'd be more than happy to give my, we're gonna do that. It's.
They do. Yeah, they don't stop, but they do.
Oh. That's what. So, you what? There's a big area there. Letters. Behind the riding ring. So let us, talk to the DPW director and see, and then I can email them.
Yeah, and there might not even. I'm not sure, it just, we're trying to bring the numbers back.
Yeah.
Uh,
Right, right.
Yeah, that would be nice.
We'll talk to the DPW director, see if that's a possibility. We probably have to sign off on something. I'm asking, okay. So,
But what about when they do the horse show? Wasn't there talk about, that's where they park the campers? The trailers?
they don't go into the DPW pop where the garage is. They,
They come in, I'll load down, see them come right in the bottom, right in the gate. That's how they come in.
so we'll check
Yeah,
and see
okay.
how that is. So now the other item is our for the barns. Now, we've talked about this in the past, where I guess 4-H can get grants, can get things, but we don't have.
So here's the, so. I know we were trying to figure out how we could get potentially, the 4-H Foundation to maybe assist, you know, with some repairs. They're not little repairs, I mean, they're kind of like that's in rabbit barn, you can do it. It's not like coming in and, you know, but, you know, after speaking to the head of 4-H, Christy Warren, she actually emailed me everything and did let me know that no matter what, the 4-H Foundation will not help the 4-H, any of the 4-H fairs, maintain structures. So, yeah, I'm trying, everybody's up in the middle, you know. So. I know,
That's too bad.
it's a predicament, but the buildings need to be,
Right.
you know. We do what we can as volunteers, when it first starts, we come in, everybody's down there, everybody's pushing out there. You know, and nobody complains about it, but they're very strange, like, what did we, like, the guys, we let us sleep for elections on, and we were, don't do it. It's pretty bad. It's another little things, you know, that we have no problem to compare, but it's the bigger things, but I don't. I'm sure NRI, you know, if they pay for it, we would have no money to kids. And we don't always situation.
There enough of those.
So there's enough buildings, it's just that over the years.
I know they're in bad shape. I know that, but I didn't think there were that many
I didn't either, because when we do go in, they're all
built.
built, everything with
Little animals. The chickens.
Then down here, it's the cow.
And the sheep, the larger breeds, that's what she was saying, the larger breeds, they're not as many kids involved with those.
Yes, they're full.
They're not as full as they used to be. And they're not as full as they used to be. I mean, my kids.
When I was a kid, they were full.
They were full. They're not full. The sheep barn is not full. You go and look at the sheep barn is not, well, to my standards, what I was used to when my kids.
Well, maybe you could just double them up and triple. it.
Right.
Said, oh,
Yeah. That's, you had to. No, as long as you keep your, as long, oh, you keep your brands away from your use, so.
So it's, so I guess I'm asking for help.
Mhm. Well, if we own the buildings and we have the insurance on it, then we have to discuss this. So, I mean.
Well,
I feel bad because I did hear you say about the budget and I'm like, great.
Because we haven't maintained the building, right?
Could you get a grant, for a grant? I don't know. I'm sure there are out there.
I'm sure there are too.
Get that grant.
Yeah,
We will.
Grant, get on.
I know, I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry you sat here all this time but we will get back to you on DPW.
Okay, great.
And we will work some more on those barns.
Okay.
Uh,
And so one last thing, and then I will be done. So the sheep, speaking of the sheep building, the sheep have the sheep co-op.
Yep.
And so they're able to get help.
Yes.
Through them. So, they're wondering, actually, if, and of course, like the rest of the volunteers be there as well, they'll be working on some of the other buildings, but they're wondering if they may be able to have a day. For the super co-op as well as the other superintendent. To go on the fairgrounds to do cleaning and repairs and things that we're able to get done. Is it okay if I email you the date, because I can't seem to find it.
So you, prior to the Forest Road Home Days, you want permission to go in and make repairs that you're able to?
Yes. Please. I think it is. I know it's in this email.
We can't do it now.
No, that's fine.
But so our next meeting is March 28th, so that wouldn't be able to. Email me. Shelley, just email me and then go.
I think, so there is, she did not put a date, but
I don't think it's before March 28th. You wouldn't be out there now.
I don't think so either.
May, yeah, I'm thinking May would probably. Thank you. I apologize again for having you.
Thank
So-
you.
Yes.
Because I think Grant's.
Is Grant,
What's that?
I'm just thinking about a lot of.
do you have something, Grant, do you have something else on the agenda that's you?
I don't. Let's see, nothing under. Farmers markets and probably firefighters, not me. I guess I looked at the state highway condemnation and the bridges and land evidence today, so I could be of some use there. And I also have knowledge of the significant alteration from Rhode Island EPA.
Okay.
Knowledge of the exemption. I'm just thinking.
Don't
So-
go anywhere.
So I'll be here till the end.
All right, so, wait, I'm sorry, we got 5 different,
Just started.
7.
could,
Like less than 7 minutes.
could we just wait 1 minute for 1 second?
Sorry.
The highway thing is pretty much done. They already sent us a check.
Did they ever? Yeah, that was the only thing I was gonna say.
Yes and no, yes and no. The check, yeah. Thank you. I'll be in touch. I know. Okay, so, I know. All right, so let me ask. The incentive plan, you've been sitting here for that, am I correct? He's been sitting here. Are we going to come with anything more than what we talked about in the budget workshop for the incentive plan?
I don't think so. You were back on Thursday.
You were gonna go back.
Right.
And talk to them about.
Helping to find the money. Honey.
So, found this all the time, Kelly. You know, you always seem to find money to do everything else, but don't forget the volunteers.
Right, so. Come back next Thursday at 6 and we'll, now that you sat here this time, I'm sorry, do you want to discuss more?
Because we don't know how much, remember?
I know. We're gonna move that on to next Thursday at 6 o'clock for the budget workshop.
We'll put you right.
You can tell me how much we need so we can figure out what we can do,
Right.
like the specifics.
Did I write that down? And it's such a-
That was hours ago.
I was sitting there all this time.
I know. Well, think about this poor lady.
What time?
6 o'clock. Okay,
With the.
all right, that's fine.
Because I didn't see.
Okay, well, we're doing the budget workshop. It goes, you walk in the door, we'll see you. No, no, no,
We haven't
please.
decided one thing. So you have
All
to
right.
settle like-
So,
What's that? I didn't hear a word you mumbled.
We haven't settled anything, so.
oh my gosh. Could we, I'm trying to look and see, let's just do the state highway thing, because that can be done quickly. Go ahead, Julia. Yeah, so let's just go quickly on,
So back in October 2022, you guys approved an agreement with Brown DOT for the fund the repairs of Valley. There's one at Mill Road. Ramsdale.
Ramsdale.
Yep. And so they're replacing those bridges. In order to do so, they are condemning a piece of property to use it to access the bridges to do the work. They have sent a check for $1. It's essentially taking, there's no sale, there's no lease, there's no nothing that requires a financial town meeting to do it. And then going to be down the line from right to get the property back. On the agenda tonight, is a full release to just go with the condemnation. Accept the $1 check and let them do the work.
All right,
it's on Moosup Valley Road,
and I have a question for you. Does the Safstrums have to?
right?
give their agreement? Have they given an agreement to
It's
this?
a
And
part of the
how,
Satson's property. you
right,
see on the map.
and how much land are we talking about there? Yeah.
So, I mean, we kind of, we can accept it kind of, we can get the number, but they can take it. Like, you can't say no. The
They-
government can take it.
So they can take it from the Satsons?
They can take it.
How much land is, we talking about? I can't tell by this thing. Yeah, I mean, it
Grant, do you
doesn't
know
look
how
like,
much?
My understanding is that the property owner, when, they should do it, they take it to it. And once that agreement is made, they would.
I don't think it's part of the Satson's property.
I don't think so either. They would, that would be a separate agreement for them, for.
That's what I
for
would-
them to
that's what I
establish
wondered.
because it's-
Their property line, if I remember correctly, their property line is,
This is just about town property, and there is a line in here that there's a possibility.
Yes.
They may be, yeah, they may be for the same.
so the
Yeah,
part,
the
Should we
percentage.
draw on that?
so with,
To say that it's no longer town property, I'm just wondering, because we're trying to get all of them. Yeah, you have to have all this stuff, right?
it's,
I think the right of ways.
I think it's gonna be for 3 months while they.
Oh, and that's it, okay.
right,
Yeah,
it's
he-
not forever.
oh, that's all it's for? Is
Yes.
it right away?
Yeah.
Not that they're using the land. I thought it looked like it was going into Green Acres, and I was trying to see how close the cemetery was, because that was near and dear to my heart.
Yes.
But it doesn't look
No.
like it's gonna touch it, so
No.
it's, if it's only a right of way, then,
And they have to follow the same rules for cemeteries as everybody else does.
okay. Okay, that was my one concern.
To approve the execution of the following.
I'll make a motion to approve the execution of the full release regarding condemnation of plot number 3021/parcel.
Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Where am I signing?
The right under sign, you sign there, I'll.
Okay, moving on, we did that, A notice of significant alteration from Rhode Island DEM.
So there is a property owner in Situate.
Oh, yeah.
Near the town line that is looking to do some work on their property. The details of it, not the town's concern. This is merely an announcement to let you know. that
Could we have
DEM
it
is-
quiet, please, because it's picking up everybody's voices? Thank you, Mrs. Ryder and
This
Mr.
is
Mc.
5 or 6 people on, God knows why. But not this board.
Is this information?
Yeah.
So the details of the application aren't really the town's concern. This is merely just an announcement that DEM has sent notice that there is a property adjacent to the town of Foster that is looking to significantly alter the property. And I believe the use. And so this is just an announcement. The town has nothing to do with this application. Do not bother. Grant. This is not a grant thing. This is not.
It's
The
just-
town's planning department, go to DEM. DEM has all those records. DEM has, they're handling the application. There's a notice and comment period. And I believe the plan is for this to be posted underneath the notices. Just so that the town residents. know.
Do we know what's going in there? I mean,
Details in there. It's cow paths or sheep paths or something. I think.
Yeah, it's.
Oh.
Back paths.
It's,
oh,
yeah.
I know, because I can't
Yeah.
read that.
The animal paths.
Okay.
But all other questions.
Okay, thank you.
Is the council supposed to direct it as a council or individual?
So we have nothing to do with it. This was just a, hey, heads up, there's a notice of comment period. If any individual resident, any person, any board wants to send, they can send questions.
to.
But really,
Yes, correct. So the only thing that I was wondering is because the notice says to. Right, PM or only a certain amount.
But we don't even have to respond to them.
No, no,
Okay.
unless you have a question.
Right,
The
okay.
reason this was on, is because somebody in town gets a notice and then finds out that the town got the notice from DEM and we.
Are we done yet, Mom?
Well, okay, so I'm looking at what we have. Could. What is the pleasure of the council for item number 7, recycling tipping fees?
I think we can kick it to the next agenda.
Thank you.
Actually, we can kick the rest of the agenda to the next agenda.
Okay, well, wait, let's look. Homestead exemption, Kelly.
All of you read it because it's going to be advertised next week. If anybody starts saying anything or questioning it, just
Send them here already.
refer them to our office. And the only thing that's different in the ordinance that I sent you, the proposed ordinance, is that Grant suggested that we go down to 2 dwellings instead of 4 for the homestead exemption.
Yes,
Mm.
I mean, the reason I suggested it because if I understand it correctly, the intent is for homeowners who generally do not rent out their.
Yeah, not investment
to be-
properties.
Yeah, to be the ones receiving the exemption. My thinking was if you're renting more than one unit, you would probably be able to pay your taxes through the income of the multiple units that you're renting. I might not be 100% right on that. The other thing I was wondering is, leased land is included here. So
Do we need a
if
motion?
somebody was to be
I would say.
leasing land,
Oh,
but they own the home, would they, once their lease on the land is up, do they just own the whole property outright or?
If the lease on the land is up,
I know.
then they can move their home, that's how they have.
They, yeah, so they own the whole, so then basically the person leasing the land to this person. Is whoever has the lessee, the lessor is leasing to the lessee.
Yes,
Does the land revert back to the?
Well, it was never theirs anyway. The land was never theirs, they're just leasing it, and the homestead exemption is on the home itself. So it's the assessed value of the home,
The building.
the building.
what I'm saying is not related to what you're saying. I have nothing.
Oh, okay. Okay, so, yes. So the land, the lease on the land has nothing to do, so we would give them their homestead exemption on their home property. The lease is with, you know who we're referring to, because we were
Yeah.
referring to, it's the farm,
The company.
the community that has, they lease the land to, yeah, and they own those homes on the property itself.
When you said this is being advertised, is this being advertised for a public hearing?
Yes, it is, 3 weeks.
What? So this will all be discussed in detail with public,
Later
at
on.
a public hearing?
Yes.
So it's just an FYI for us.
And this is the one that I was saying that we would most likely, because it will pertain to 90% of the people in your town, the residents, we will most likely send out a individual mailer.
Okay.
And it would be worth it. And at that point in time, you could then put in
And
what
the
is.
address there.
The address.
Okay.
So
So-
how do we break up the? Exemption not to exceed 40%? Who
Can-
gets the bigger exemptions, who gets the smaller exemptions?
Can that be a discussion at a later date?
It's everybody,
Yeah.
yeah. So we might say the
What is
assessed
going
values
on
on the
with this?
property are going up. 6% townwide.
Yeah.
Based on the statistical readout, so that
We
year
have to
we
pay it,
would,
we have to
we would
decide
do a
what
homestead
doesn't allow it to
exemption
come
for
out of the budget.
37%.
Oh, paving.
Everyone who's a resident living in the home would get
Paving.
37%,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah.
You have.
Potential
to go
survey
online.
and
You have to
paving of Windsor
read the
Paving?
Not the paving, but the
You would
survey.
apply and get it, but,
What is the paving?
and the whole purpose
It's
of
not-
it
it shouldn't
again
say
is for
paving.
Providence Water.
Oh,
Shouldn't say that.
oh,
Okay.
okay.
So.
They're definitely not gonna be okay with that.
So,
They don't
all
have
right.
any legal.
So now,
Construction.
The construction permit fees, I'm moving to the 28th.
Mhm.
Foster Old Home Days, they have the use, we have a letter from them. You're on.
Okay.
Here you are.
Okay, dear Foster Town Council members, the Foster Home Days Committee is requesting that Old Home Days be held on July 26th, 27th, and 28th, 2024 on the townhouse grounds. The Foster Old Home Days Committee is also requesting the use of the fairgrounds to set up for Old Home Days from July 22nd through the 26th, 2024. In the schedule of events, we will have time available Friday evening for the annual council awards. Please send written confirmation for permission to hold Foster Old Home Days on the town grounds, July 26th to the 28th, 2024. Yeah.
Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We're kicking them to the next agenda.
Okay, so now, the potential surveying payment for, it should be payment of the potential surveying. Payment,
Yeah.
not paving, it should be payment of the survey. So, as we had discussed previously, the DPW director is considering paving Windsor Road. And as such, requested that Windsor Road be surveyed. He now is concerned about payments. So this is for discussion only, no action taken, to whether or not this payment for the surveyor should come from the DPW director, DPW budget, or does it come out of the contingency fund?
For the record, no survey has happened yet. This is
Right.
a
Yeah.
preemptive.
Is this just
But
about
he-
one house lot?
This is
No, no, this is the whole road.
This is
It is for a piece, part of the road.
Yeah, that's, was
So-
my,
So,
Do we have an idea?
well,
I thought
My
it
first
was,
question is,
It's under
well,
my print.
I think it's around 3.
do all the residents agree? And why?
agree to have
Why
the
do we
road
have-
paved?
Yeah, because
We're not.
they don't?
Pavings, it's at the survey.
We're only
It's-
surveying the property for the potential of, this was discussed in executive session. To survey the property. The road.
Catch up, Cheryl.
To-
I wasn't here, I'm sorry.
You were?
No,
we-
This is the second January meeting.
I guess I was here. No, I wasn't. here. Yes, I was.
Well, all right, so
No, I wasn't. I was sick.
it was requested to, for the potential of paving Windsor Road. It's not necessarily there, but there is the potential to
Okay.
pave it. They would like to, so if there was a request to have it surveyed, so we have the property lines on that road.
Makes sense.
And it,
So now, is that the responsibility of the DPW director, or is that comes out of the
Contingency.
The issue is that the surveying company wants to have partial payment before beginning.
Do we know how much that is?
I don't
All,
have it.
all the quotes were under
It was-
$5,000.
yeah, it
One
was-
was like 3 and one was like 4,800, or one was
Right.
Yeah.
35 and one was 48.
Oh, so it went up to bid.
Right,
Alright.
No, no,
okay,
no,
no.
no, so he's looking
We-
at quotes. It's
we
under
got
5
quotes.
to the
so it doesn't, yeah, he just went looking for quotes, so. Oh,
I know it's aggravating.
yes, Mr. McGregor.
If it's a town road, then why would it come out of contingency? It doesn't.
Is it- it's complicated.
There's more to it, and that's all that can be said right now.
Okay.
Are we gonna discuss this later?
So is
Yeah.
that the impetus of why we're doing?
So,
Not solely.
Okay.
It's a
I'm looking to see
contributing.
how much money we have in contingency.
So,
Let's just-
okay.
There goes
I
the
want it back
reference
in,
money.
just give me a second.
Mrs. Ryder, you have a question?
Um,
You know the routine,
Oh, it's okay.
okay.
What thing?
Keep it up and going.
Go ahead.
She's like one of those wackos.
Longer.
I was thinking this would probably end up taking some of what people determine as their land. Put it that way.
We're surveying the road.
I know.
We're surveying the road.
Is it?
We're surveying the road.
Get the message? Yes, I have.
Then have a piece of pizza and stick it in your mouth.
I need to,
No,
I need to get out of there.
So it was discussion only. We've discussed it.
We're all set.
We will put it on a future agenda item and move forward.
Second,
All in favor?
Right.
Opposed? Thank you.
I don't mean to be rude, but I got